to be on their day if these guys meet in the field, and that's going to be quite the telling aspect comes to are they going to be able to take a fight. But yeah, again, it's hard to see how the team approaches team fights, of course, which is one of the biggest strengths you can have when it comes to competitive PUBG, and definitely decides games very substantially here. You could definitely have your machine, but again, it's going to be limited pack of that if the rest of the support is not there. Sophia and Flood, they can do what they do because they definitely have their teammates backing up and enabling them in form of Loki's and Nephro.
That's right. Of course, many of all the other teams have their very own system on how they really want to work things out. Who's going to be the entry fragger? Who's the flanking in? And of course, we're going to be telling you a whole lot more because we got news that we are about to begin the very first game here of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series in the grand finals. Still one, match one. All brought to you by Cost Effect, Geek PUBG Corporation, as well as K&K Revolution. Well, player of the day, are you ready?
I'm absolutely ready, Contra. I'm looking forward to seeing 5 teams drop into Pachinki, another 3. Sosnovka military base, as we can always definitely start on a bit of a cracker, hoping for an odd circle. Well, wouldn't be a little bit out of my Christmas wish list that hopefully came a little bit early.
Well, let's this pretty much a round here, and we'll be casting all the matches here in the grand finals. You can also pop by our pages. It's Jay as well as Contra on Facebook, and maybe you can also pop in yours there as well. A little bit self promotion for ourselves before we head into our very first game. But yeah, I do wish that Christmas comes early for all of us, and well, instead of turkey, we'll be bringing out some chickeners on board as we'll check out what's going to be the very first flight. And of course, Arangel FPP.
Oh, yes, and it is definitely about time to see a big marathon like here for all these teams to really, settle some scores. It's a community in its own right, this region, and we're looking forward to seeing who is going to have a little bit more intense rivalries compared to us, and it's always something that, everyone can get a one-up on the other when it comes to these, and everyone wants to be able to say that they fight for the Southeast Asia, or rather the APAC level as well when it comes to PCS2.
Yeah, of course, like a PCS2. I just can't wait to see who else will be joining in the ranks from the rest of the region. Today, we fix our eyes on the Singapore scene, and we will take the cream of the crop, and we'll begin our first game. Oh, in a couple of seconds from now, we are having some players actually warmed up with bright sunny day inside Aaron, as we'll be seeing how this flight's going to begin. So, of all these 16 that they could choose from, we'll start to see where would they land and how would they really cope with all these tricky situations when it comes down to the very first jump itself.
Exactly, and it looks like everyone doing a team building in game to try and make the tower go for them. But I think, look, Erangel is going to be quite the good round, for these teams to really set the tone. Of course, we have seen just this year because of the Erangel rework, so I think getting very used to being able to see some of the more advanced features as well that has come into D, and all these other teams, they have to get with the times as well, to be able to instantly adjust to that. That's one teams that you see have a number of roster changes as well. But again, there are a lot of faces as well, so it's always encouraging that they are taking the challenge to try and rise to the top when it comes to Singapore and Malaysia's PUBG scene.
Exactly, and we're going to be seeing how they would up to that as well. Well, speaking of which, there's always new stuff added throughout all of the phases of PUBG. Remember back in the days, the graphics, yeah, it has been amazing, but they just keep better and better as time goes by and introduces new weaponry. We got Mosin again, we joined in like a couple of months back, and of course, I really do wonder what else would be added to all these competitive maps in the future, and of course we'll check that out someday, and of course get ourselves ready for around wherever we can get the first like to take that flight all the way up here.
We'll have to wait for and see for a bit more in the way of updates. Yes, we have the same eyes that you do, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that there's 163 minutes in the in-game clock, but rest assured that the game starts sooner than that. But I think looking at the overall scores from the qualifiers, I think we did see that there were a few close cases. Some teams that didn't quite get in there and everything. But one of the stories definitely I love to see play out is the Rejects and Battle Arena Elites, featuring two of the players there. As we did say, that both Batman and M0 are playing on that roster. Of course, they'll have a point to their old organization. Not to say they're in this bad or anything, but of course, you always see these kind of storylines. It's always going to be interesting as well. Esports isn't from regular sports as well.
Yeah, it's definitely different if we want to put it that way. Yeah, when it comes down to change and all, well, I guess they're called rejects for a reason, not a bad one, but like Arthur back at it and says, hey, maybe I want to snatch that contract back in months, just to prove them we've got. So definitely Zero will be looking to put himself on those skill fit ones, and we'll be looking to some other teams that will be popping up as well. I really wonder how will Team Max really fare in the entire things, and that we've got CGM Wolf. Of course, I'm not too sure how keeping up with the boys on how they've been doing so far.
So CGM Wolf definitely been one of the teams to really keep themselves out. Unfortunately, it didn't happen for them in the previous qualification cycles, both for PCS1 and I think there's also the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers for Southeast Asia Series at the start of the year, where they just finished fifth position. Only the top four went to the C Series, so they just on that, but that was effectively their real competitive tournament. But they've been trained hard, as what I know, and they're definitely to make an impact as best as they can later on. Now, we did talk a bit about from the qualifiers, that Battle Arena Elites and Team Hype, they all had digit scores and everything. Now, I think something that's going to be interesting to see is that from Group B is a little bit more, because there was not such a disparity in terms of the overall points that I managed to achieve. So we could be seeing stronger performances than what this would suggest from so like we talked about the top three, PMA, is and FFGKXS, all getting over 150 points. But we could very well see 24K Esports Team Max Bad Boys Gaming coming in right after that with a good shot. But ladies and gentlemen, we ready for match number 1 for the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia.
And here we're going to be taking this flight from Arangel, and looking out that flight path, it seems to be we're going to be flying all the way up north. It's the corners of Saberny, if there's going to be any to begin with, on the right side of it. Pretty close by to Stalbert, that is going to be quite fair. Teams that are looking to roll up pretty much early, but we'll check out what the first circle is, as we are already looking at some teams of the flight. We got BBG hitting into our base alongside ACR as Hype tries to actually get their way in towards.
Yeah, so ACR Esports and Voice Gaming, not quite the collision that I wanted to things off here for the Singapore Malaysia, but I guess be able to see plenty of opportunities for that time goes on. And of course, we haven't seen all the other drop locations just yet, but Elite's going for their characteristic on Milta side of there. We can probably expect to see a relatively fast rotation, unless a very interesting circle on our hands means it could be either really or incredibly fast. Definitely by their standards, that means that they are moving at light speed. So we'll see. But of course, everyone else is going to be jostled for some of that early mobility of those vehicles.
And I'm really curious that team up is all the way at the corner of the map. The rest of TR is going to be over on towards the lower side. Everyone at least already have blood. Trying to tap it out with hard side, melee 14. Africa is going to be going in towards the Sanaska Island instead. So, great news for the side of BBG as well as at least to get themselves early into the circle as Ace doesn't really have to worry all too much. And I believe, like RT, they really got to make their win pretty much quickly when they ever get those themselves those vehicles.
Absolutely right on that one. Looks like I managed to get my wish, be having what looks to be likely an island finish for game number 1. So that
What's 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 that? Oh, I see. It's on the PUBG Singapore Malaysia Series Grand Finals Day 1 screen, right? Yeah, I'm here already.
Yep, same.
All right, then I guess I'll put myself on mute.
And I think we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And we do apologize for the technical difficulties that we're facing, but hopefully we are out of the woods.
Yes, indeed, and it seems to be that all players are still left intact, and we didn't really miss any much of that action, so that's great news for us. And here comes Area 51, as they are not letting anybody trespass that bridge. Well, not too sure whether if they have any gates to keep them at bay.
Please do bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. As unfortunately we're facing some technical difficulties, which are much regretted right now. Just let the production team try and sort it out as soon as possible, and we'll get back to the show.
All right, seems to be that we are back in action, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be an airdrop in towards the ocean, as we'll see that AUG inside of the water. But this will be a little bit risky for anyone to take. There doesn't seem to be any boat that's lying around, so I assume that this is going to be pretty much left out in the open. CGM Wolf has already got them away in towards the circle already. And yep, we still have some technical issues to resolve. We do apologize for a little bit of that delay, but rest assured you will be getting ourselves back into action whenever we're ready to bring it up to you guys once again.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think looking at this point in the game already, now it's already at the 9-minute mark, and we have seen a majority of the teams have already managed to navigate their way across. As you mentioned, there was not many boats left there. It's definitely going to favor a lot of first mover advantages if you do try and cross over to Sosnovka Island nice and early on. But I think that's something that we're going to have to keep in mind a little bit when we're seeing how these teams are going to navigate. I think we did see that there's still some stragglers there all the way on that eastern bridge. We'll see whether or not that is going to be playing much of a factor here, as hopefully we'll be getting into the game pretty soon here. But we're just waiting for a bit on the live feed. So please do bear with us, ladies and gentlemen.
And here we are. We're already seeing some taps going up in the air. We've already had 3 casualties so far, and one more going on the block. Hillfox goes in for the spray down here, and it's going to be Max opening up with Vampires out of the game.
Yeah, and right now we have Vitez and Team Max going to be at ends here across the road. In fact, they're going to be trying to duke it out. Of course, Team Max does have 2 more of their players. Going to be a little bit further on that 2-2 split, going to be giving them good amount of coverage here on that western side of the Sosnovka military base here. But it's looking absolutely tight here. We're going to be having the likes of RT as well moving in. They have to be a little bit cautious here. Now they're trying to congregate here, but they're attracting quite a bit of fire from Old Man.
Woo! RT now having the same sort of the compound to work with. It's going to be Saber here dropping a frag, and he will be able to actually catch one guy out. Roulette and the rest of Team Max, they don't seem to have anywhere to run, and this is going to be that focal point right in the middle of the corner of the Sosnovka military base, as the rejects are looking to hit in for those taps. They've already lost one member in the form of Cheesy Kimbap, while Batman as well as Spaggy is slowly finding themselves in towards that the northeast side. And there's going to be a couple more teams that's going to be across the corner. BBG doesn't seem to have moved all too much, as they are on pretty much on the big blocks inside of military base. Now going back towards Acer Esports.
Yeah, they're going to actually be a little bit spread out, and it looks like Demon Eater trying to catch any players coming in late from the western bridge, but so far not getting anything much from it. Looks like Team Max have managed to finally meet up here, but seeing a lot of action going around. Dark is going to get wiped out there, as QRF is going to be able to take him down, as there's going to be a plethora of kills falling out here. Now we're down to 57 alive, but all teams still have representation in this game, and they're looking to put the finishing touches. Looks like Savior is also going to be the next one to go down with Aoki from FFG KXS. They only have 1 surviving team member left remaining here. Area 51 looking to spot out that last player. I think they've managed to spot out Bozo, but he's got not much that he can do. He's got so little HP. Luzo going to make him expire. It's going to be FFG KXS exiting match number 1.
And it's 15 minutes on the clock, and we finally see a full entire squad being wiped out due to them really rotating really late in towards the island. So pretty unfortunate stuff going on for inside of FFG, while Acer Esports have Demon Meter pretty much rotating across. He knows that there's going to be a couple of all these teams being on top of that hill, so he will not pursue any further noise, though. Pretty much low on health. He's going to pump his health back in towards 100%, while Nestle Burke is going to be able to actually get one great knock and a headshot towards the side of Fox.
Yeah, right now there's still going to be this crossfire here that Vitas have found themselves in here, but it looks like Revive Team is starting to focus a little bit on Team Max. so they have to be a little bit careful. They only have one building to work with. At least Revive Team, they got a little bit more, but albeit they have got only 2 people left here. But it looks like Bad Boys here is going to get on the board. No, they're not going to be able to get it at that close range. Rixis is going to punish Murayamama, and that was an absolute blunder, I have to say there. Maybe a little bit of nerves there from the Bad Boys gaming player, but he's still got representation in the field. That old man is still alive here, but Kachik is probably going to be following his fate pretty soon.
Looks like it's the jitters coming in, and Batman's going to be able to actually secure his first kill, but instead, it seems to be a little bit of a spray coming from a different direction, as his teammates will try to secure that one for him. But Azers is going with the cracks. It's going to be 24K, losing out on Kenny. Curith is the next one on the topping block, but here comes that big nade, dropping into the building. Can Old Man get anything out of it? No, is the answer. And on the kill pit, you see Vitus as well as Max really putting in those work. And here comes Old Man, only having 10 HP to work with. He gets Mellow 1, and now looking to hunt out the final one before he gets splayed from the back.
Yeah, Amushi gonna be actually hit his teammate, I do believe. So that was a little bit of an error there, but luckily for them, should be able to get up Old Man here just in the nick of time. But yeah, quite a bit of altercation right there is going to be a little bit unfortunate. Now, CG and Wolf, they are going to be having this southern position, and this compound usually one of those hot spots there, but it's definitely going to be under their control. But we're seeing Area 51, they're under a lot of pressure themselves, and it does look like Bad Boys here will be bowing out. I think one of their members did just expire. It's yeah, really just not a lot of space left here as we're entering phase number 5 soon.
Really good use of the stun grenade coming from the side of Old Man. Now there's already a form pointer over on the side of Team Max as we're heading in towards the direction of CGM Wolf. They're trying to actually get a catch on towards Kuruhara. Oh, great taps in towards the smoke, and he'll be able to spot another one right outside as he gets cover. And that's pretty much one shot, bringing him to 50% of health, and they will walk away scot-free.
Yeah, right now everyone's just trying to get whatever spaces they can, but Flood, Lukis, and Sophia are going to be really filling up the kill feed right there as Battle Arena Elites are having a field day in match number 1, and it could be their way to really start with the guns blazing on and firing on all cylinders. But now PMA, they still have 2 players up here. Now they do have the rest of Team Hype going to be by the silos for now. They do have the positioning right now next to this BTR that's going to be able to enable them to sustain for a little bit, but they have to worry because they are right in the middle of all this action. All these teams from that northeastern side, they're all going to be pushing in pretty soon.
As we're looking at live action here, catching a good glimpse in towards those fields, he might be able to actually land a couple of taps on towards the side of TTR, but over on the side of the Rejects, Batman's already getting clipped coming from behind, and it seems like he will survive for a little bit with a couple of creases out there for him to work with. And back towards the side of Miguel, he's already popped those tires on Area 51, just trying to squeeze those bullets in towards the window pane of that broken UAZ. And T-Max, the next one to fall at 12th place. Area 51 dancing around that smoke that will be subsiding. AT-14 seems to be in a lot of trouble inside that shack.
Yeah, Huruhara starting to move in and using the cover of the gunfire there from the demise of Area 51 to allow them to sustain into this game. But Battle Arena Elites, they have managed to secure that compound as well for themselves. They're putting pressure on all these teams trying to get out of the military base. Thankfully, there's still a lot of teams that can still stay alive, but I think we'll see how that is going to be shaping up a little bit later on. Huruhara, they have to leave one of their team members for dead here, so there's not much they could do. But look at the 4 corners of this compound all being taken up by Battle Arena Elites. Downey's going to get absolutely pushed here as Team Hype moving in.
And here comes Gutar trying to actually pop that volley, but it won't be lasting for long. PMA down and out, 10th place. There's only going to be only 9 teams left alive, alongside with 24 players right here. But seems to be Battle Arena Elite seems to be at the best spot in the center of the circle. Over in the northern section is where TR is going to be at. M0 scoping it in. Oh, he does that tap. There goes Tower Chipad. Tactical Rapes is going to be taken out at 9th.
Yeah, so that's going to be Team Rejects continuing to get on the board. They still have 3 members left alive and 4 kills to boot so far, so they're doing pretty well for themselves as things are starting to condense ever so much more here. As phase number 6 here is going to be absolutely telling who is going to be facing the next bit of punishment here. But Flood, he's going to be able to take on live action at quite a bit of distance at 24k here. Only has Bio 62 and Izo, but Bio is definitely the one that you still want to have on the board. Pasha is going to claim 2 kills there at the expense of Hurahara. In the meantime, things are now going to be shifting a little bit further south with phase number 6.
Phase 6 is going to be a little bit more challenging for the side of TR. They've already got Spaggy down on the ground with all members of Hype really looking upon them, trying to catch out Batman as well as M0. And there's nowhere for them to actually run because on the right side, we also see ACR just waiting for them to come right over. Now, at least they do get quite a number of frags. They just have to outlast some of these teams for some time to get a little bit better in terms of positioning points. But here comes Batman, already seeing members of the side of Hype. Pasha is going to be pretty much stuck in the corner. He still has a working UAZ, and he's going to utilize to full effect. 40 HP left. Oh, he's pretty much counting on Lady Luck right now.
Oh my goodness, that little bit of a problem there on the boulder might be costing the CGM Wolf player here if he's not careful. But right in the center of the circle, it is going to be the likes of Battle Arena Elites. But now CGM Wolf trying to push around this side here. Now they do have Revive Team who's going to be here on the flank here. They only have a singular player left remaining. Alans and Pocoyo have to play this one a little bit carefully if they're going to be able to sustain here. They're going to look for a late entry into the zone. It's already collapsing in and around these teams, but it's going to be difficult even for Team Rejects. They are already getting overtaken by the blue, and this is going to be an absolutely terrible rotation for them that I'm not sure they're going to be able to sustain.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough one, and that blue zone's coming in real closely. Those got to reload his SKS as M0 gets knocked. This might just be the finishing blow. They got to catch out on Batman to remove the rejects from playing out of this match, and it will be over for TR. The match is clinched 7th place, but they definitely won't be too happy with that. Now it's going to be a little bit of long-range warfare between them as well as Hype, but little do they know, Battle Arena Elites, they are just looking upon them as well in the center of the stage. Answers, he may not have gotten all that survey effects just yet, but John Shout definitely needs a hand.
Yeah, exactly. And now we're going to see other teams here trying to still plan out their next maneuver. CGM Wolf has to try and deal with the kind of damage that's being dealt a bit further north there, as a Battle Arena Elites already in double digits here in terms of kills. They already have 9, well, it says 9 in-game here, but and 11 on the overlay, but I'm going to trust the game here. So they're almost in double-digit kills here and looking to further cement their position at the top of the leaderboard here. But that's still going to be easier said than done. But they do have that commanding tactical positioning compared to all these other teams, and looks like it's going to continue to do so as well. And these teams are all going to have to push outside their comfort zones. Only CGM Wolf has got any measure of presence inside the next circle.
Flood now getting that perfect glimpse over onto the side of Robinoid. And this is going to be a little bit challenging for ACR to really cut to the chase as they have to cross the highway. About 62 still has that bike to work with, but he's getting tapped already from the same direction. He will fall back for a little bit more, as there is still some open field terrain for them to really cover up. But they are not in the clear just yet because the circle does not favor them right now, and all these teams got to rush towards the side where Battle Arena Elites is currently at.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going to finish off Revive Team as well. So that's them going to meet their end. Only 5 teams remaining in match number 1. And everyone's looking to get on the field early here. Buck Pasha is going to take down Loki. Says now they're going to have to try and pop out some of the utility. I think for the most part, they've been quite lucky. They haven't needed to use quite all so much. Alan's going to take down a second here for CGM Wolf. Pasha is going to finish him off. 24k is only going to have Bio 62 left.
Bio being all by himself. towards
esports
the
now. They do
western
have
side.
aces. Sorry, do go ahead, sir.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, my friend. As we are looking at Hype coming in from the east side, they managed to squeeze into their circle, but it will still be a tough challenge for them to push towards the side of Battle Arena leads.
Yeah, so right now it's going to be Hype still with the 3 players here right on the edge of that northeastern side. So they're going to be looking to see can they put a little bit more pressure there. Currently, Battle Arena Elites has eliminated all opposition from that northwestern side, as we did see the entirety of the team dropping out here. But yeah, Mark 14 right out here in the open. I'm not sure that anyone's going to be so daring to go there. CGM Wolf has lost out from Pasha. He's out of the game here, but 7 kills on the board already for them is looking pretty promising, as now they're going to see if they can get any more from this here. But Team Hype, they're going to still be in this very difficult position. They have to try and deal with it. Loki and Sophia taking a bit of damage, but they're not letting Hype out.
Oh my, it seems to me that the answers have reached upon the side of Battle Arena Elites. Sophia is down, and there's going to be pretty much a couple of angles for BAE to really take care of before they reach out for Sophia, and it seems to be that he will get some helping hand coming from Flood, while CGM with, oh my goodness, answers once again! It's another knock, and it will be the green light for Hives to really rush right in to sweep the floor against Battle Arena Elites. CGM move on the prowl as well, coming from the back. This top trade situation is getting extremely intense.
Yeah, it's starting to get out of control right now. CGM Wolf is trying to work in a way with Team Hype, not deliberately, of course, but definitely taking advantage of the opportunity here. Battle Arena Elites, while they have the numbers, they have not got the advantage of being fighting on just one front. The nade coming in is going to take out Neverhor. Flood is going to be able to answer back, pun intended, and now they are going to be under a lot of pressure. Loki's finally getting Riz off the ground here, but this continuous pressure from 2 angles could be their undoing if they're not too careful. But they have got plenty of utility for days, it would seem, to continue to last on here, as Hype now is under the purview of Allen's as well.
Allen's already getting 4 frags for us out of CGM Wolf. He might be able to actually get a couple more if he actually let out of the chamber for now, but it's a little bit dangerous. Now we're heading in towards phase 9. It's going to zoom all the way past in towards the middle if they do not move all too quick, which means that Battle Arena Elites might just actually make their exit. Hype actually gets a little bit of advantage coming from the situation, but Flood now looking back towards the smokes, hoping to actually catch out members of Hype. It's going to be really, really tough for them as some of these bullets are running out, but Pocoyo is going to be dropping that frag over the side of Sophia. He gets a little damage upon him, and he will be knocked, leaving only Alice behind.
Oh, that's a little bit ambitious going for the crit. I didn't actually think anyone was going to actually be able to go there, but now Battle Arena Elites, they managed to get one up, but they straight away get a knockdown on a Loki, so that's a little bit unfortunate there, and they are currently on the edge of the zone, and this could be exactly what the other teams need. Hype is going to be trying to shoot them as they're moving in here, as this is going to be absolutely difficult for Battle Arena Elites. They're currently going to start tanking some of the blue damage as it's starting to catch up. Now, this is one of the slowest circles you can potentially see, but it is also one of the most damaging, and it's going to be absolutely devastating. Currently, the 3 players of Hype, they are not relenting on the pressure here, and John's shot, he's going to be taking quite a bit, but he's still going to be in the game.
BAE is losing a lot of that cover that they had on their convenience, and now Flood and Sophia really got to pull something out of the bag. A lot of damage being dealt there coming from Ansys as he knocks Sophia, leaving only Flood behind. Flood will be taken down, and Hype will take down the top frags of this map. Now hunting out for Allen, pretty much the last guy standing, and they make it up for that, and it's gonna be a 1v1 to finish it off.
Allen's managing to take down 2 players. He's trying to get the heal desperately. Live action.
Oh!
The blue zone of all things has allowed Hype to go and win that final round. What a finish here to our very first match, and Allen's going balls to the wall, but unfortunately still had that one little problem.
Oh man, that was such an unfortunate ending coming for CGM Wolf. It could have been a great 1v1, but it's live action that lives to tell the tale and get that chicken dinner in the hands of Team Hype. Congratulations.
Yeah, not a lot that Allen's could do there, I admit, because he had basically 1 HP, so he really had a lot of problems there. Now, of course, Battle Arena Elites, they were looking absolutely commanding, but unfortunately didn't quite get the best of results there right at the end as the circle moving a little bit away, and Team Hype definitely knowing exactly how to put the finishing touches on that game as they were going to make sure they can't actually rotate out of that tough position. CGM Wolf in a way did their part as well. But yeah, I think all three of these teams can definitely be happy with how their performance played out. And all these teams, of course, are the top three teams finishing out of Group A, coincidentally.
Yeah, and it seems to me that Group A has definitely been that sort of group of death that they made it out from. And this time around, well, it's the top 16 here that we're looking at. And many of these teams, of course, had a little bit of that slow starter, but Team Hive, they came from really challenging positions from the northeast side, and they slowly made their way across pretty much convincingly. And they were the biggest threat towards Battle Arena Elites that has been able to really get not only the best spot possible in the later stages of the game, they have definitely fracked out clinically throughout the rest of the round. But it was just down to that very final phase 9 that really give to really give Team Hype that edge and towards the end of the round.
Yeah, and I think, like, of course, to have the very first game, centered around Sosnovka Island, I think that does mean that we're in store for an amazing round, or rather, tournament ahead here for the Singapore and Malaysia series. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the next matches are going to be playing out. Now, of course, we do have another 4 in store for you, ladies and gentlemen. So really excited to bring you more of the action there. And yeah, and I think with that, we'll be taking a short commercial break. And when we return, we'll be looking at the scores from this very first match. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties, but hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. And we'll see you in just a little bit.
哇，五个急救包。
救不了。
Level 3 vests and helmets with the...
What the? 이렇게?
아치!
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer, and how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series, bringing you our upcoming matches to come. My name is Contra, alongside with Play of the J. You can follow us on our Facebook page, it's ContraCast, and of course, you got Play of the J as well. Of course, show us some love, and also show a whole lot of love to Cost Effect, Geek Events, PUBG Corporation, as well as K&K Revolution for bringing us all these spectacular games. So we've just catch ourselves our very first chicken dinner, and it has been won by Team Hype in that explosive match inside of Arangel, as we'll be heading it towards our second one. Anything that you can take from the first gameplay of the J is we have a pretty interesting run.
Well, absolute insanity is definitely, I think, the takeaway here from match number 1. And it really started off the Singapore-Malaysia series in quite a bit of style here, as we saw Battle Arena Elites really duking out in the middle of the zone. But of course, that's not the full story, as we did see that the circle started to force them out of their comfort zone. Team Hype and CJ and Wolf both trying to take as much advantage over that as possible. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a little bit of a closer look here at the scores, as we're going to be seeing how things stand after the very first match play. And it looks like Battle Arena Elites, despite not getting the chicken dinner, they're going to be leading the pack with the 13 kills, and the only team that managed to get the double-digit kills as well, and they're going to be leading with 18. But Hype is going to be 1 point behind after they managed to get the chicken dinner, and CGM Wolf, which missed out on being able to get the chicken dinner themselves by the blue zone, is going to be on 13 points in third place.
Wow, what a game it was! And if you can only imagine if CGM Wolf get to possibly even get somewhere near towards live action, they might have contested for that very final kill, and CGM Wolf might have actually tied the number alongside with Ballerina leads. But of course, what have been happened inside of that match, it was pretty much done and dusted. We'll be heading in towards our second game relatively soon. But what I'm liking here is that Ballerina leads really putting in such a stellar performance by getting that perfect center circle from the mid game all the way towards the late game. And of course, some teams really took the short end of the stick, like the Redax, Team Max. They did get a couple of kills all across, but when it comes down to positioning points, you got to work on that a little bit. As for the ones coming from 9th to the 16, of course, they had a rough start to get in towards that circle, but here are our top fraggers of the tournament thus far.
And we're seeing that, 3 out of the 5 going to be represented from BAE, and 3 out of these 5 portraits were here, as we saw the result in terms of top fraggers from the qualifiers. But instead of just having Flood and Sophia represented here, Battle Arena Elites also has Neferhor, and of course Bio62 is going to be appearing again here for 24K. He was the last surviving team member, unfortunately couldn't do it all on his own. And Alan's from CGM Wolf, he's going to be representing here with the 4 kills that he managed to garner right towards the end. Not sure whether or not he was going to be able to be credited with those 2 downs that he had against Team Hype, as of course they were just down at the final bell there. But he's definitely going to be looking to continue to contribute more for CGM Wolf. But Battle Arena Elites definitely coming out on all cylinders here, as we're seeing quite a bit of kill representation in the early stages.
Yeah, the only member that's not here on that board for Battle Arena Leads is going to be Loki's, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm pretty sure eventually he'll be contributing to some numbers as well. Alan's, we've seen him go down by the circle in the very last few seconds of the remaining match of Arangel that we just saw. I really wanted to see whether or not could he possibly take down live action, because he got a little bit of a glimpse of, or an idea of where he was, but he was pretty much down and out on HP, and he didn't even have enough time to heal himself before that blue zone ticked in. But that was all for the top frags of the entirety of the game. And when it comes down to Sonovska, island finishes, it has always been challenging on all fronts, especially for those that may not get themselves those vehicles or even the boats to rotate in towards the circle. But, that's just our opening for the entirety of the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series so far. So I'm pretty sure that the next circle is going to be just as erratic as this one.
Yeah, exactly. And Battle Arena Elites, yes, you can say that they had very good circle positioning. Let's not forget, that some of these things are not by chance. It is going to be very much how efficiently that you do manage to rotate. Now, unfortunately, because of the technical difficulties that we face, and we do apologize for that, unfortunately not able to see how all of these teams managed to navigate their way there. But once they got stuck into the thick of things, we could see contrasting fortunes with, say, for example, Team Rejects, where they had that very awkward position on the northern side, and they had to try and navigate through the airfield. And in the end, they had to try and run through open field between the airplane wreckages just to get into the zone. So that's obviously something that you want to avoid. And it all starts from the early stages of the game, how you pace yourself, how you plan out these next movements. Now, there are some teams here that I'm interested to see as well, what they can do on maybe your standard vanilla game, if there's such a thing. Like teams like Aesir Esports, now they managed to get 10 points on the board here, so definitely going to be some solid points straight away. Let's see whether or not that they can try and maneuver themselves in a different manner. When we do have a more normal circle, and they might be able to contend a little bit here with the rest of the teams.
Yeah, and we even saw, of course, Team Hype really getting that chicken dinner, but they didn't really have the same amount of frags as Battle Arena Elites do. So it's going to be a little bit challenging for some of these teams to really catch up if they don't really get in towards the thick of things. So especially putting themselves in towards prime areas for them to either get those amount of frags or play it a little bit safely. It's a little bit of a gamble of both at times. But of course, if you have the perfect position, you can possibly get pretty much good volume of kills, just like how Battle Arena Elites did achieve. And you know, we sort of thought that hey, they have one of the highest potential to actually walk away with that chicken dinner. But since that Phase 8 and Phase 9 has slowly flushed them out of that small little compound that they had, they have lost that big advantage that was swinging on their favor.
Yeah, and it's always going to be awkward because they were like right the center of the focus there for quite a number of the circles, and it was only that last one which kind of fell out there. But I guess most teams would be pretty pleased with how things went. But of course, that's a precarious spot. Usually, you have to try and make sure you can maybe clear a certain flank as well if you're in that kind of scenario, so that you don't have to fight a war on two different fronts. They were being pummeled from two different sides, and nade range from two different teams. It's always going to be a tough proposition. They did take out ACR Esports on that northwestern side. That alleviated some of that pressure, but Team Hype, they were all stuck behind that one tree and one vehicle, but in the end, they were not able to fully kill them. I mean, Battle Realities, they couldn't exactly move out from that position as well to be able to try and take a little bit more of flanking maneuver just because of the threat from CGM Wolf as well.
Yeah, and I really was amazed on how well Answers actually executed some of all these sort of the offensive approaches, and he was pretty much the man that stopped Battle Arena Elites on their tracks alongside with his teammates as well, covering over on towards all fronts as well. And it was only live action, the very final man standing to really get that chicken dinner in their favor. Well, CGM Wolf found themselves that sort of a green light. They were actually pressurized by Battle Arena Elites at first, but you know there were some open space in between some of all these small little shacks that they were hiding on. That's where, of course, Team Hive managed to squeeze a couple of bullets right through to get a couple of knock over on towards Floods, and eventually, Battle Arena Elites just have to tap out in that sort of situation. So I'm pretty sure that this will still pretty much set a fire in some of these players' hearts and say, "Hey, we're so close to that chicken dinner. We're gonna bring our A game out to challenge Team Hot for the next run." So game 2 is on the way, and we'll still be playing inside Arangel. Well, we've seen the sound ending. This time, I hope to see something up north. If this flight path allows us to witness that, of course. But some of the teams like FFG, they crash out relatively early. Do you think that sometimes rotating late could be very, very punishing, especially when it comes down to such a competitive setting here in the PSS?
Absolutely. I think you pretty much have to have your rotation timings down pretty carefully if you want to be able to get inside in a reasonable length of time. Okay, match number 1, I can understand that not only do you have this could be so-called your game 1 jitters, but there's also the fact that it was a Sosnoka Island circle, so that's always going to make it a little bit more awkward. But then again, when you are on Erangel, you pretty much have to cater this or factor this into whichever drop location that you go for, so that you can make sure you can get there. Now, unfortunately, because of the technical difficulties, can't quite recall where FFG KXS did really start their journey from. But in the end, it was Area 51 that was really pushing them over the edge and not able to really get something going there. They definitely do have the players who can really make a little bit of a splash here in terms of the overall competition, as I'm pretty sure that a lot of these teams really looking out to prove themselves. ACR Esports, they look as though they had the right idea, but maybe got caught up a little bit too late into their late rotation, so they kind of got sandwiched between quite a number of the teams in the later stages.
Yeah, I definitely would say that some of these teams definitely still have a whole lot more to prove, especially for some teams that did have the jitters. We saw there was a little bit of that contest going on somewhere in between that military base, where we saw pretty much a little bit of that push going upon the Kixis, if I do get his name correctly, and he just countered that like a boss. He flicks it right back at him, and of course that recoil control went pretty much haywire all over the place. So I guess they really gotta make sure they get pretty much good warm up out of that game number one, and game two should be pretty much a little bit more smooth sailing, perhaps, for the teams that didn't really make too much of a mark back in game one. So there's still a lot more games to be played out. That's 1 out of 30. So we're heading in towards our second game real soon when we get that green light to take this flight in towards Arangel again.
Well, talking about the jitters, I mean, we also saw there's a little bit of TK action there as well. Old man got knocked down by his teammate as well around there. Never mind about on the recoil control, but at least we're seeing the opposite ends as well, where Pocoyo going all the way for that loot crate right in front of Battle Arena Elites as well. The audaciousness there is levels over 9,000 right there. But hopefully we do get to see more of these kind of plays, because these can be game-winning plays as well, and I think maybe the timing was a little bit different when maybe Team Hype was a bit more under the purview by or focused by Battle Arena Elites. Sure, we could see some different plays coming out as well. But I think for the most part, everyone wants to make sure that they have things on lockdown.
Yep, and this is the game-winning team that we saw early on, and of course, its answer is John Shout, Lap Action 29, as well as Robonoid that managed to take the very first game in the PSS. So we do see, of course, Singaporean representatives coming into play on this one, and they have definitely shown so much strength. And John Shout actually got quite a number of kills being secured in the early stages of the game, and when it comes down to the finishing touches, it's live action to take it all the way.
Yeah, exactly. So got the mix on that Team Hype squad, a mixture of Singaporean and Mongolian players. So see how they can continue to sustain into the later stages of this tournament. So I think, we're still going to be able to see quite a bit of opportunities for these teams to demonstrate that. I think we've been saying that already since our initial pregame analysis. Which teams are you interested, Contra, to see how they can perform against the rest that maybe didn't get the best opportunity in the early stages?
I'm looking at teams like 24K. They are definitely a very strong team, but I think that they were put under the pressure pretty much in that sort of the compound over towards the lower end of the left side of military base, where it got pretty much claustrophobic for some of these players, where there are some camping by the hills and even some on the opposing houses as well. They didn't really get to survive all the way too long and towards the very end. But hey, they do put up quite a number of frag volumes from time to time, and I'm hoping to see even more to come from them, as well as teams like the Rejects, where we saw they were really stuck in a rock and a hard place, and it seems like we're getting ourselves ready for our second game.
And yeah, looks like we will be having our second round of Erangel, and thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be seeing that the flight path is still moving from this relatively southern position. We'll be heading up to that northwestern side. We'll see if we're going to get some of the same drops here. Bad Boys Gaming again, going for Sosnovka military base now. It didn't influence things too much in their final positioning in the previous game, where of course they did finish in 15th position, getting just the 1 kill point to their name, despite the fact that the circle did fall there. So as we know, anything can happen. ACR Esports, again, going for a very similar drop approach as is Battle Arena Elite. So maybe we might see a few changes here, but for the most part, these teams will probably be looking to, just try and solidify their mid to late game performances. And we didn't really see a lot of teams lose players early on in the sporadic bits of vision of the game that we did get in match number 1.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to actually see more from some other teams as well, like Acer, who really showed quite an amazing firepower back in game number 1. And not forgetting Team Max as well. They do have Omen to really rake up those volumes. But here comes M0, already letting up some lead over the side of Robinoid. Oh my! One more tap might have actually sent him off that vehicle, but oh, he's going to be able to actually escape out of that sticky situation. He's going to go in for a couple more rounds on that M16, but oh man, M0 is really fuming that he could not secure this one out of the bag.
Yeah, so I'm Zero, unlucky, not able to claim an early first blood here for round number 2. Now we're going to see 24K. They're going for a long drop, longish drop here, going towards the likes of Yasnai. No other team here really going to be embarking on this one. Vites, again, they're going to be spread out here on the Gatka region, but now we'll see how they want to try and sustain into the later stages. They are going to be inside this very first zone, but they're going to be moving on to the greener pastures as they have managed to secure some of that early mobility, as we know, is so important when it comes to the competitive PUBG play. But the likes of Miramar definitely is going to be seeing that kind of gameplay like no other. But looks like, oh my goodness, we're going to be having a repeat of match number 1, and this time we're going to be able to see all of it, touch wood, and we're going to be in for a little bit of a treat to see how these teams are going to be adjusting from their match 1 performance.
Yeah, and this time it seems to be that it's centering towards the edges of the island instead, and I want to see any right circle that might just send them in between those river to just for the lulz, you know, like that will be one of the most challenging circles to ever play from. Back towards the side of Acer Esports, this is one team that I'm excited to see because we see returning players like Quadro as well as Alit Xavier, who really have been in the scene for a very long time. Vitis did not manage to get any in the form of Natalie Burke as he puts out both DMRs. He's got both in the back, but I'm pretty sure that he would have favored either an SMG or even an AR if he got the chance to do so. But Quadro's going to be pretty much arriving safe and sound in towards the island.
Yeah, so I think, again, this gives teams a bit of a second chance to right the wrongs from the previous round. So if they didn't get such a great position on the island, that means that they're going to have to, it's going to prompt an earlier rotation. Now, Team Hype, they're going for the water rotation, and they're doing it nice and early while teams are still getting either the basic loot or they're deep in rotation themselves. So they're not going to be in such bigger problem. And you can see how fast that they want to try and get over here towards Novo as no time to even pass the meds here to heal straight off the bat. They just want to hightail it and get over there. But Huruhara, just like 24K, they're all the way here on this northern side. Huruhara being here in North Georgia, and Yasnaya, of course, we did see 24K. They have got the longest rotations, and really they're going to have to really play their cards right. They want to get on the island safely.
This is going to be extremely difficult for the likes of these many teams, and like I said, Robinoid didn't even really get a chance to even pick up a weapon or anything at all. His backs are, if he had a back, it's still empty. As Tactical Rape already moving on that this year, as Bad Boys, 2 games in a row, not really all too concerned about where this circle would shift in the early stages of the game, as they've always been inside of that military base. Now, this is the turn for CGM Wolf to make their way across, and it might not be as safe as they think it will be this time around.
Yeah, so they do have Acer Esports now. It's not really a hard bridge camp here, but they're definitely going to be hearing the rotation coming out here from this team. But we're already seeing that there's already going to be a mini roadblock set up here a little bit further down the road. But I think CG and Wolf, they're going to be very wary about driving through the middle of a compound later on. It's they're going to be navigating across the hill here and really trying to circumvent. And partly this is what saw them got that very southern compound from the airfield. So that's definitely something that's working for them. But the shots coming out here from Shogun is trying to catch Huruhara as they're moving down from North George.
Oh my goodness me, that's this match to actually take that clip off on the side of 4T14. And Huruhara will lose one out. Cryptid here with that very first kill of the game.
Yeah, Cryptid going to be getting that first blood, and much to their delight. But again, that also means that they're still all the way in Georgia Pool. and they need to think about what to do. 3 minutes left here before phase number 1 has completed, and given this kind of circle, this is always lends to the tendency that teams have to rotate a little bit faster if they want to get any of the decent positions, but again, it could still change in such a manner that it doesn't help. But Area 51 trying to move across. Battle Arena leads is holding this eastern bridge here, but currently he gets knocked down as roadkill, as Messi is going to be able to deal quite the blow to Battle Arena leads as they smash through the blockade.
Oh man, I thought that Loki's would have actually knocked him out of the vehicle, but Messi, though, he's just punishing him through, runs him off the edge of it, and he secures one corner for the side of Area 51. Great start coming from Messi, and here comes Melo 1 arriving alongside with the rest of Vitas on that boat. that seems pretty hilarious to me. I thought that Sophia might have actually put quite a number of damage across Area 51, but it seems to be that not only did they arrive on the scene pretty well, but they lose out on Loki's, which is going to be quite devastating in the long run.
Well, he's not going to be able to contest for the kill charts now with the rest of his 3 teammates, that's for sure. But it's a bit unfortunate, not able to get inside the vehicle in time there. And he's unfortunately not going to be able to sustain. But Bad Boys Gaming, they look as though that they've changed up how they want to approach this. They are taking the buildings here that we did see the likes of Team Max and others occupy in the first match. So they're going to be looking to try and solidify their positioning here in this zone, as Demon Eater is going to be starting to gather as much information as he can on the military basis. It's always going to be a little bit of awkward proposition to move in there, and it really doesn't favor the teams to move in there late unless they really got no other choice. As we did see a lot of the teams forcing through the military base expiring a little bit before their due date came along.
Mm-hmm. And I guess like some of all these teams are still considering their options right here. Max will be dipping themselves in the corners of the beach, while every one of these members are having not many options on the table, as Team Max are looking to make their way across and towards the island, which is surrounded by flocks of teams, and even Kuhara is looking for a build right now by the corners of Primos, and back towards the side of PMA. They see a little bit of movements across Fair Pier.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel some of these rotations are a bit of afterthoughts here rather than planned, but now we're seeing Revive Team is taking the damage here as he's getting absolutely mowed down here by Miracle, not able to land a knocking touch, but Beats is going to go down as it's going to be Vampires looking to do one onto the likes of PMA, but Dreams did manage to get the first blow there against the team. Anga is down on the ground. Vampires, he has to fight tooth and nail right now as he does wait for Noise to start coming into the frame here, see whether he can influence the beating a little bit, but Miracle is trying to ensure that he doesn't. The spray down is going to be good here as Noise is going to eat the dirt. So is Vampires. There's only one player left, looking at the acrobatic shots coming out there from Downey, and he's going to live up to his namesake there. Oh no, actually it's going to be Miracle who's putting the finishing touches as PMA collects 4 kills.
A perfect finisher coming in from the side of PMA. What a start towards this round as they wiped them out in the span of 9 minutes, General. This is pretty much an early contest that we are seeing by the bridge, as Polly's going to be receiving a little damage coming from the back. He's going to be getting a little bit of cover, sure, get himself that first aid kit being popped up, and he should be A-okay, but my PMA, I didn't expect them to be so aggressive, but they received that full information, and of course, that itself was perfect for them to take on Revive Team. And it seems like there's going to be a little bit of a bad blood between Bad Boys as TR has just arrived to the scene.
Oh dear, it looks like Bad Boys is going to lose one of their players straight away here as the incursion on their compound is very real and not able to sustain. Looks like Rejects here is going to have Spaggy down in the smoke here, but there's a lot of fire coming out from the rest of Bad Boys trying to see whether they can confirm the kill against the Rejects. Right now, it's not happening. They might be able to get him back up. But PMA, with their aggressiveness, I'm not too surprised here. With the 131 kills that they got from the qualifying stage, they're definitely going to be ones to try and bring the competition straight to their opponents.
And they're smart enough to really repark their vehicles to ensure that they could still rotate in the later stages of the game if needed, too. And as for Arena Elites, there doesn't seem to be all too much happening for that team right now. FFG, oh, I'm gonna take that back, as we do see Sophia getting taken off by Ty Darkus as he just arrived by the corners of the shore. Well, pretty much gonna be needing some extra loots. Thank you, Sophia. I'm gonna take those first aid kit and heal myself up.
Yeah, they definitely take those, and 24K is trying to take a little bit more as well from Team Hype. Live Action is going to take 50% damage there if it's the likes of 24K trying to catch them while they're also in the process of their rotation. Now, they're actually moving to the same compound that we did see Battle Arena Elites work to great effect in match number 1. But Battle Arena Elites already down to only 2 players remaining, and it's going to be a little bit more awkward there for them to get as good a result as they managed to achieve in the first game. As of course, to play that controlling a territory and getting kills from that as a result of other teams is always going to be increasingly more difficult the fewer team members that you have.
As for Flood, he possibly would still get a couple of all these catches if he could. As we're taking a glimpse into it's this really high density territory that all these teams have already flocked up to the mountains of the western side of the island. Hype now making a move, and they've found themselves on cover, but not for answers, as Bio62 adds another kill on towards that top frag chart.
Oh, he's gonna eat some lead. Bio62 just absolutely unloading there, and looks like Live Action also not able to escape there, as Bio62 is gonna add another kill to the tally here. Wow, look at this circle. We are in for a treat here. This is the best way for us to really experience the start for the Singapore and Malaysia series. You're seeing everyone starting to rotate away from the military base, and there's already so few compounds on this island.
I can't believe my eyes were seeing a lot of all these percentages of the map being surrounded by water on the next phase. They only got 20 seconds to actually make a move before that blue zone kicks in once again. Wolf now trying to actually make a run for his life up the hills as Team Max they're taking a long-range warfare against Vitesse all across. But hey, there's no time for them to perhaps get anywhere close to reaching in towards this battle as they are gatekeeping by the course of the circle. Flood's gonna be knocked out. Only left for her left for the side of Battle Arena Elites as CGM Wolf punishes them. Sliding is gonna make them pay.
Yeah, and look at the spacing out here by CGM Wolf. They're absolutely ready to take down any of these teams that would rotate in such a manner here. Neferhor does make it all the way to the coast, though, but now it looks like CGM Wolf, they are going to be punished for that kind of positioning that they take here. Pocoyo, he's going to get picked off from 2 different teams, as both Vites and Team Max both going to be weighing in on that battle, and Huruhara and PMA, they're still going to be in this zone right now, but I don't think it's going to last long. They need to really think how they're going to be moving past across that western bridge. But when you got other teams are still bridge camping there, it's going to be increasingly difficult for them to have a higher expiration date.
Yeah, and I thought that the very first game was already insane that this circle is going to the island. This is pretty much what I asked for before we even started the show. So I'm going to be enjoying myself a little bit of that action. As those going to be receiving a little damage here, he will fall back, but he's checking every single corner right down below. Now, members inside of 24K is going to be able to actually secure some covered ground on top of those hills at the very least. But as for the rest of the teams that are by the edge of the military base, I'm not too sure how exactly are they moving out, as Q-Rifted is going to be moving past all these waters and perhaps dodging a bullet coming from the side of Team Max.
Yeah, I think moving out, of course, is a subjective term in terms of how fast the pacing is. It's not exactly this kind of breaststroke that we're seeing coming out from Cryptid, but you have to do whatever it is that you can manage here. And it looks like M0 and Batman both going to be weighing in for the rejects, as they're going to be able to claim quite a bit. Team Max also moving in along that coastal side. Now, Phase 4 is going to prioritize land over the water. So these teams don't have to worry so much again about even less playing area, but they can kind of predict things. Area 51 facing the pressure here as M0 is going to be picking up another couple there as both Messi and Mal Kendricks are going to be biting the dust.
Oh, this is going to be really tough. M0 is still outside of blue. He's only got very little first aid kits to work with. Now, over side of Mushi, not the one coming in from the popular MOBA title, but this is going to be Savior here, getting one frag off as well, while Omen is just keeping themselves outside of the play area. Mushi still sprinting across, still hunting things out. Now, I'm not too sure how exactly can Dice targets survive, but maybe they could actually make their way in towards the nearest compound at the very least. Roulette soaking in some damage, already bleeding out for a little bit, but he's going to be A-okay for now. 44 players still on board, as we are seeing a lot of all these teams already losing at least one member.
Yeah, and things are starting to get close quarters now as Cryptid finally, after swimming for what seems like half an hour, are finally going to make landfall, and they're going to be able to take down some of Team Max, but they have to worry about a bit of reprisal there as they're looking to try and get one back. PMA is in a bit of trouble themselves. Stream's going to expire after Rixis is going to be able to catch him out, and now it does look like it's going to be a little bit more congested here on that northern side. ACR Esports also trying to carve out some space for themselves, but Cryptid, they're actually getting pushed back down here by the remaining members of Team Max. They're going to be well aware of their positioning at the moment, not going to let them get any space, but Fatman is going to be able to take one down right there, and he is looking to see, can he exact a little bit more vengeance for M0?
Now, Batman will secure the kill. 4 members of the side of tier right down below, TTR. Although they are having the members advantage, they could not seem to possibly push up the hill, especially when Huhara is arriving to the scene all the way from the back. Now Kirifin is going to be taking this fight against Team Max. They do have members covering all fronts, but there's still FFG coming in from the edge as well. Now things are looking a little bit more concerning for Team Max as they are on the radar here. Assy here coming with the red dot M4. He might just actually go right in for that battle. He spots out Omen and he will be able to knock him down.
And yeah, now you only have to look for Mushi. Mushi is still using a little bit of smoke cover, but he's out in the open on this perspective here. And I think he's going to be eating quite a bit of lead there. Have to see how that fight plays out here. But now Reject's still trying to move in. SC here trying to still close in. The smoke is still persisting this fight. But Mushi gets found out as Shogun is going to go in there and absolutely clean house.
There's so little room for him to work with, especially when there's just a little room here right in between that smoke for him to possibly squeeze by that rock. But yeah, they did their best, and it seems to be not enough for themselves. Now, Batman's going to be knocked out by a big frag coming in from the side of Rixis right down below. And that's going to be 3 other members here to perhaps try their best to save Batman right there. A couple of attacks coming out from the side of Miguel, hoping to actually catch Cheesy Kimbap. But even Kimbap couldn't really get across to even revive his teammate M0. Now on the lower side of the section of the shack, he's just going to be playing it safe, being a little bit mischievous here as they do have a couple of tap over on the side of Abby. But Vitas, though, they catch the entirety of the members of 24K, and it seems like they'll be out of this game.
Yeah, it was also Didarkus as well from FFGKXS weighing in on that fight now. But now Cryptid trying to get in from the edge of the zone here is not going to get past the likes of Vitas here as they're looking to put more finishing touches here. They already have the 4 kills on the board. Cryptid is out of the game. We're only left with these top 10 teams now. M0, he's been seemingly holding back the entirety of Furuhara, and this kind of seems like a little bit of a suicide mission here as it's going to be a 2-on-1 battle, but he is holding firm right now as he's still going to be seeing, can he get a little bit of support there. He does have the rest of the team Rejects up on the hill, closer to the zone as they're looking still prevent these Furuhara players from really getting out. They're resorting to a little bit of desperation tactics, trying to go for the buggy play here. Miguel is going to get taken down. Only 1 left there, and M0 is going to be rewarded for his patience.
Wow. Seems like the Rejects will be able to get there very early, 10K, and towards the 20 minutes of play. Only 25 players left remaining as Murayama tries to land that shot, but it's a little bit of that kicker coming in on that Mini 4 team, who are on 10th place, while members of the side of the Rejects, after getting some really great frags, they need to squeeze pretty tightly in towards the circle here over on the eastern side. While Darkus has his final first aid kit, can he make it out alive? Oh, 6 HP, 1 HP, oh, yes he does.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's still
boy.
going to be difficult for him to get in. I'm not sure if he's going to make it, but we'll see if that's going to happen for the FFG player. But VJets, I think they're doing a lot better in this game than we saw in match number 1. Neferhor, last surviving team member from Battle Arena Elites, under pressure there, and he does have the likes of the Rejects up on the hill. And Bad Boys Gaming, they're going to also be in the near vicinity. It looks like Darkus is going to just creep in.
Oh man, he's walking in towards a high density compound as well, and Battleman's pretty much down and out, as M0 will be able to go in with the finishing touches, and yep, FFG is going to be taken out as well with High Darkness getting shot from the side of Ghostly Boy. Robinoid has been spotted out by Vets. He might just actually unload a perfect spray up to him, but he's playing it really safely. He doesn't really seem to have any sort of backing at all, and Robinoid might have had an idea that he's right across Moriyama. Great catch over Spaggy. That man's going to be right in front of him, but it will not be enough. That Boys crashes out 8th place.
But he does take down 2 of the members there from the Rejects, and now the question is whether they can get him up on time. But it looks like Robot here is going to get taken down there. It's Robinoid, sorry, it's Hype. Going to go out there. Vites going to be able to overcome that one. Spaggy is finally reds here, but Batman, he's still down on the ground, and they still got a little bit of distance to cover, but it looks like should be enough time. They have enough utility to try and get the team back up on its feet. There's still going to be the likes of Neferhor nearby, but he's in no position to really put pressure onto this 4-man squad that is looking to try and get a very good first result for them in this tournament.
My freaking god, I'm looking at a crazy amount of kills going over the side of the Rejects, and Battle Arena Elite crashes out, and we talked about a grudge match. M0 takes out former captain of his, and it'll be Neferhor there bowing out for Battle Arena Elite. Spaggy though gets knocked out, and it's Vites here going on a hot pursuit against the Rejects here. 14k, and this might just be even more as M0 puts one more on the coffin. Ghostly Boy get knocked out with a perfect spray down on the headshot coming in from the side of M0.
Look at this team performance coming out from the Rejects. M0 is going hand there. Takes down 1. He can't take down Mellow 1. And now it's up to his team members to try and help him out. Cheesy Kimba trying to come up over the top and see if he can influence proceedings just ever so much. VJ's currently is also licking their wounds. They have 2 players down on the ground. Batman going in for the flank. He might be able to get some mollies in there if he's going to be able to clutch it out, but he manages to catch 1, trying to get into a little bit of better cover. The rest are going to be hiding this boat. Batman is there waiting for him. Spaggy is going to burn 2 of them alive as VJ's gets absolutely destroyed.
My goodness me, what an absolute monstrous round coming from the Rejects, and they did not just get Battle Elites as well as Hurara, they add 1 more to this chopping block right there, and they just have no response whatsoever. Yes, they did knock out M0, but does it matter at all? Now only 4 teams remain by the corners of the shore of the island. CGM Wolf now takes a stroll right in towards the middle of the map. They do have quite a number of grounds being covered up, and they sort of heard all the shots coming from the top side of the hill. They might just challenge the Rejects on this battle here.
Yeah, that's a really tough proposition, especially if they don't have to take the fight. Currently, they are engaged with ACR Esports. It's they're really trying to fight in across the chasm that they currently have. PMA, though, is going to be looking with intention there on the compound that ACR is currently residing in. But looks like it's going to be a circle shifting a bit further south here. So they're going to have to move outside of their comfort zones. The likes of Team Rejects, they're going to have to move off that hill and put themselves into a little bit more danger, but PMA is going to eat one, and Pete is going to go down. Abdul still trying to see, can he get creep a nade in at that extreme range, see if he can get a vital pick, slow down the advance from PMA, and get a better positioning in this next zone.
Spaggy putting out some of all these 7.62s out of the chamber, as they are going on pretty much close quarters eventually. And TR, they're trying to find a way to squeeze it towards the circle, and they spot out that Zia. A couple of headshots connected, but Spaggy could not knock him out of the scene. Rayvax instead gets that headshot over the side of Cheesy Kebab. And, well, it's not a kebab, it's a kimbap. Sorry for the cultural misappropriation, but PMA is now on the move.
Yeah, they're going to use the cover created by others here as they're going to look to see can they solidify a position, but they're heading straight into PGM Wolf territory here, and they're actually taking quite some long-range fire, forcing them out of the vehicle. I'm not sure that that's going to really help them. They're going to be in clear view of Aesir, but luckily for them, Aesir is also in movement right now, so that's going to be something working in their favor. But Alan, he's going to get caught out there. Bit too static there as Miracle could be able to take advantage.
What a crazy cover fire coming from across, and now Slightly B will be able to pick off Miracle as well. And while he's at it, Slightly he's going to be healing himself up. Pasha really has to stand up the smokes, but he's being down to 3 HP. He is being forced to heal himself, but members of TR is going to be right in front of him. And looking at that flame does not clip them off just yet. Members of the side of the rejects are already pushing right in. Pete will be able to actually clip one out. And now Pasha with a Groza, he might just go in to spray them all down. Right inside the smoke. He cannot stop anybody as of the moment. He's going to crack one more open, doing a little bit of that Team Liquid strat. But members of ACR, they're munching right in this wall. This is going to be looking pretty bad for him. He's going to be hiding right here by the corners of the smoke as Batman gets one more frack in the back, takes out Sliding A.
And Pasha is just hiding amongst all of this fight here as Aesir and the rejects are moving in close and personal. Spaghetti's going to take some dust there as Elliot is going to get the flanking shots at Quadro, looking to try and catch out the likes of Cheesy Kimba, but it's not exactly happening right now. Batman will be able to take down Downey in the end, though. Now Pete's is looking to refrag. This is a three-way fight, and Pasha is right in the middle of it. He's going to unload with the grapple. He takes down one. Can he get down the second? Looks like the CGM Wolf player is going to bow out of this one.
That was absolutely insane, but he could only hold on for so long with that Groza spray down there. Although he did get that knocked, he could not outlast the rest of these members out there. Ace here now with the numbers advantage. They might be able to do something. Cheesy Kimbap hoping to outlast every one of these members of PMA at the very least, but here comes Miracle already on the left side of the Overwatch. Well, Kimbap, it doesn't really have much time to move right in. The phase 8 is kicking pretty much soon, and ACR, they're still hunting him out. This is going to be a little bit tough. He's got that barrel spray going out, and he will get one knock. 2 knocks going in for Cheesy Kimbo. This is absolutely nuts. He needs to look for the final member of the side of ACR, but they will still take him down with Quadro. What's great?
Wow, it looks as though that maneuver by Cheesy Kimbap has given PMA the opportunity to seal the deal there. They finish off the last remaining player there from Aesir. They were caught right in the middle of that, but that initial two picks coming out from the rejects player really sealed the deal there. And Aesir, they miss a golden opportunity to go clear here, but the rejects, 20 plus kills there in that game. Can you imagine?
I could not even believe my eyes when I just saw the number of frags that they did achieve. And, you know, Cheesy Kimbap, if he really had a little bit more time and if he wasn't spotted out, he might just add another 2 kills on the back itself for the rest of the rejects. And with that, that was an absolute stunning round that I really wish that I could just get those recaps and just break it down, because this game was absolutely a beautiful run for the entirety of the team that played out. And till the very end, it was PMA who managed to not only make their way across from the bridge, they have managed to secure that chicken dinner at the very end. So congratulations to PMA for taking quite a big win. But of course, all of our attention was really surrounding the side of the rejects, where they took out about 4 teams in total, if I really recall correctly. And that is just an absolutely huge number of frags that will be giving them so much points by the end of this round. They might even lead the pack, whether or not if PMA gets the most out of the rankings out of this map.
Yeah, they could very well do that. PMA will have to see how many kills that they managed to get. I do believe that they managed to get in the region of 8 kills here. But that's well played coming out from all of the players here. We did see that initial crash in there by a couple of the players, but Miracle and Pete, they were the ones who were going to be able to clean house and really take down the rest of the opposition. Ace here just not able to catch them out all that much there. And yeah, we did see CJ and Wolf again making it to the later stages, but they got absolutely cornered in certain instances, or overextended maybe in the case of what we saw coming out from Allen's. But yes, we do want to be able to break it down a little bit further, but we're going to have to wait for the scores to be tabulated just a little bit here. So we're going to be taking a very short break, and when we return, we'll be bringing to you all the action here from match number 3 and onwards.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanok. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tookshy. Just look at him go. But Sanok wasn't always the pinnacle of Battlegrounds locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battlegrounds rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murano. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these two contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those two could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Spot pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival History, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the Battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome back here to the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series, ladies and gentlemen. Contra over here on my right, and I'm Play of the J, and we're going to be bringing to you a little bit more of, a lot more of this awesome PUBG action. Big thanks to PUBG Corporation and to Geek Events, KK Revolution, Cost Effect for making this entire thing possible, and really looking forward to seeing how match number 3 is going to be going on in just a little bit.
And what a erratic round that was inside of Erangel once again. This is going to be the very final round of Erangel for tonight, as we'll be moving forward to Miramar for match number 4 as well as match number 5. But hey, that itself was an absolute feast for us, as there were some crazy frag falling coming in from the Rejects, as they will now top the charts with a total of 22 kills by the end of that round. And of course, now they will be taking that lead with pretty much a big lead here with 27 points. PMA comes in second place, as well as Acer Esports will be headed in towards the third place, while Vites itself will be on the fourth. CGM will finish at fifth place, and Q Rifted on sixth, Battle Arena leads to 7, FFG KXS on eighth. This is just going to be the result for the match. We'll tabulate it right after this, but you know, Jay, there was just so much going on in this game itself.
Well, the rejects they're pretty much like dynamite fishing. That's how effective they were in that last game. 22 kills is absolute mind-blowing number here to really, set in stone your credentials here to take away that PCS 2 qualification spot. And 27 points looking absolutely scintillating for them. And at the expense of Battle Arena leads, no less, who only managed to get the 3 points after being able to take the lion's share of points in that very first match. So let's take a look at the overall standings if we can, so we can see how everyone stacks up now currently. And looks like Rejects, they're currently leading the pack by 10 points, and you gotta love the storylines, right? Look at this, Rejects overcoming Battle Arena leads after 2 matches. But yes, I know it is only 2 matches so far, and we still got another 28 to go here in this marathon. But Acer Esports is going to be moving up to 3rd position with the 20 points there. CGM Wolf is going to be tied with both PMA and Team Hype. It's absolutely tight between places 2 all the way down to 6.
Yeah, and even Team Max as well as Q Rift will be giving them a run for money as well. Since it's still pretty much early, it's probably the midway round for all of us here. So let's see what the very final match inside of Erangel will actually offer. And as for who are Bad Boys as well as Revive, some of these teams here have definitely got themselves caught up with very early battles, if I must say. Huhara, they did last it midway throughout that game, but they didn't seem to be able to actually challenge the likes of the Rejects that were up on that pretty much huge hill. And we saw M0 was really close by, and he's such a dead level that he's been hiding behind that shack, waiting to actually punish them if they were to move into the circle, and there was just no way out for the side of Huhara. So 2 bad games. What gives is it the way that they've been playing very passively, or just unfortunate incidents across the rounds of Erangel?
I think it's a combination of factors here, and it's always going to be difficult to really contend with that. But let's take a look at the top fraggers here. So far, it's looking like a very different makeup here when it comes to our match 2, as of course, the likes of the Rejects completely dominating the charts here. Cheesy Kimbap is going to get the 7 kills. Badman and M0 both going to be weighing in with 6 kills, and Spaggy is going to be claiming another 3. Miracle is going to be featured here for PMA with his 3 kills. But yeah, I think we can all agree that the Rejects really absolutely clean house in match number 2. And yeah, I look forward to seeing what they're going to be doing in the next match.
Yeah, and it's like they have been so mysterious on how they actually get them that crazy huge amount of frags, and even M0, we got pictures of him online, but we don't really see his face, and it doesn't really matter. It's all about how the actions really speak volumes here. And Cheesy Kimbap, in that very final few circles that we saw, he did end up getting 2 DBNOs before crashing out. So it meant that he could have possibly get 9 kills or even more throughout the rest of the game. But what's done and dusted here for game 2 is over. We'll be heading into our third game of today. So this is going to be the very final run-ins of Angle before we head in towards Miramar. Do you think that some of all these teams will be switching their strats a little bit in terms of how they really want to play out or so?
Well, I think some teams might have, looked at the previous round and said, like, okay, you know what? We get to redo everything from match number 1. Let's do something completely different. And then, yeah, they get exactly the same circle. So, excuse me, it's really going to be interesting to see whether they're going to be a third time lucky or, they're going to have to really change something up here. And we'll see what happens in this final one. But if we get it the same kind of flight path and circle 3 times in a row, well, okay.
Well,
that's definitely something.
yeah, I mean, they're probably going to be heading in towards those lottos if that's the case, because this is extremely rare coming into its competitive settings where, twice is probably something that's already a little bit bizarre to us when it comes down to some of all these flights as well as the circle. But it'll look like a premonition if this third game itself is going to be exactly the same. So I'm expecting it to
Yep.
be pretty much a very different affair to be headed in towards our third matchup inside of Erangel. So as for certain teams, Bad Boys, they always got that circle, but they didn't really got those engines running for some reason, which we saw early on, like members of TR crash into that compound where there's only that one sole member being inside of that area, but the rest of them just seems to be pretty much segregated. So I feel like they need to get certain things in check. I'm not too sure whether is it communication issues or was it misinformation that was being transferred around. But I believe that BBG probably would be able to see better days coming up ahead, or even better games to come.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of it comes down to adjustments, I mean, it's obvious that Bad Boys Gaming, they're used to going to Sosnovka military base right off the start. So they know that obviously there's not really issues with the early stages of the game for them. So they definitely need to just look at how they can make adjustments for the mid game and onwards. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how these teams want to try and change up their team fights, because it looked very lopsided when the rejects did take the fight to some of these other teams. Like Vitas, I think, was the one that stood out the most. Kind of just sat there and waited for Badman to go in for the monster flank there, and he's able to catch 2 of the players after they were just trying to cower inside the smokes. Now, of course, there's a lead up to that fight in particular, but I mean, that's just something that is able to really see come to the forefront in that particular instance.
And with PMA taking that chicken dinner inside of our second round of the day, let's see whether or not could they actually carry on with the streak, because they have an interesting sort of the rotation to get themselves where they need it to be, where some parts of the circle has been shrouded by the blue zone, and they still make their way across with those vehicles, or we weren't sure whether they took those boats or vehicles in particularly, but hey, they went into it's a really tight spot where there were some teams that were hoping to bridge camp and stuff, but hey, they actually did what they had to get themselves in, and let's see who will be the one on that finishing line here in our third game inside of Miramar. This is the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series, and now this is going to be our match 3. Once again, flying from the corners of the island and towards the mainland.
Okay, all right. The flight path is different enough, I'll give it that, but we'll see if that is going to be playing a little bit of a factor later on, but we might be seeing similar patterns. Vita is actually dropping out really early here. Bad Boys is going to again be going for that consistent drop, likely to be going for the military base once more, as the likes of PMA will be dropping out a little bit on the late side. So they're going to be looking to head towards the Pachinki side of things. They're definitely not afraid of heading into any of these fights, and definitely the level of aggression that they're able to dish out is really apparent from the early stages of this tournament, and qualifiers as well. Definitely going to be a big factor weighing on the mind of all these teams, as of course you do have to try and customize your kind of drop preferences for a given tournament just based on who's going to be there. You do your research on everyone else. But of course, there's going to be a lack of footage. So likely, we're going to be seeing a lot of adjustments here. And Downey going to be... Oh, no, he's not going to be taking any damage there, but he's going to be A-okay as things are going to be moving onwards here into our match number 3.
It seems to be that the rejects are loitering around the corners of the shorelines in between the river, where Battle Arena elites were trying to extend all the way in towards Milta, but they only get to reach the corners of the farm. Robinline already unleashing his VSS and towards the kitchens as well as the restaurant area, and he catches Bio 62. This is a really important kill that he's getting right here if he could finish him off, but looks to be no members of the side of 24K wants to get anywhere close, and he will bite the dust. This is going to be first blood for Robinoy.
Yeah, it looks like Bio62 is not going to be able to carry his team in this particular round, so the rest of 24K going to have to try and make do with the current situation, as going to be having quite a little bit of company here in Yasnaya compared to the previous game, having both the hype players in 24K. But they're all going to be relatively spaced out, and looks like the circle's moved a little bit. So, okay, we're going to be seeing a different game coming out here for the final match of Erangel. We're going to see that it's very much focused on the Gatka and Quarry side of things. VJ's probably going to be the happiest team of the lot, so they're going to be able to loot for days and still get into a very decent position.
And not only that, they could have pretty much a lot of options for them to take, whether they want to be inside of the quarry or by the corners of the swamp, while BBG is not too much of an issue as well for them to actually make their way towards the corners of the bridge and get themselves into a fair pier. That is still one place that they could still hang around from. But, you know, we talked about some of these teams, but we haven't really talked too much about Tactical Rave, and they're still on the lower side of the charts. I feel like they really need to really stack up and move together as a unit to really draw a couple of blood across the map. Fitz has already finding themselves a little bit of that vehicle to actually move across from, although they don't really have to leave Primos all too early.
No, I think for them, they're kind of conditioned to boot up to a certain extent and then, rotate over to another position. So I think for them, it's not really going to be too much of an issue. At the end of the day, if you do want to have some good playing spots that is going to be very difficult to secure unless you move early, then they might as well try and go for it. Really utilize the advantage that you might have available to your team just because you managed to get a little bit of fortune in the RNG factor that is the circle. So we're still going to see that Revive team is going to be all the way here in Severny. They're going to have a relatively clear path to go through Georgia Pool unless we're going to have some strays moving around the side. Bad Boys Gaming, they're going to have to finally rotate off this island, and who knows, maybe a normal game like this is probably normal with air quotes is probably what they need to get things going here. As two circles in a row where maybe it's like settled them into a little bit too much of a comfort zone for them.
Yeah, perhaps so. Like maybe when it goes in towards the mainland, they will be a little bit more comfortable, where they could still possibly go into gatekeep whoever wants to pass by the corners of their pier. Also, going to be able to knock one of his teammates, so it's just a little bit of the accident over on towards members of the side of FFG, but not too much to worry about, as it's still pretty much early in the game. Only in the span of 5 minutes have passed, while members of Team Max here moving across, and Vites is possibly going to be keeping tabs on towards what's across those hills.
Yeah, and looks like they're going to be moving into the compound just as Team Max is going to be moving out there, so they're probably not going to be able to get a lot of benefit from that. But Vitas, I mean, we did see them have pretty much the luck of the draw, dropping in Primordial anyway. So it's definitely going to be more for a positioning factor more than trying to secure a little bit of additional loot, which usually any of the other teams that drop into the Gatka region, you know, they're going to have to hop from compound to compound, taking everything just because of the amount of availability of supplies and utility that they're going to need to sustain into the later stages. Area 51, we're going to have to see how they could do. These guys have been playing a long time together, but I think we didn't get to see a lot of them from the first two games, kind of meeting their end a little bit earlier on. So kind of want to see how they are going to try and approach this relatively normal game.
Yeah, and right now, most of all these teams are taking really safe approach as they do take a couple of pit stops just to check towards some of all these checkpoints that they really want to be at. Revive team's gonna be going up the Gatka Hill, or South George Hill if you really want to call it. It's gonna be an AWM inside of these crates here, but it seems to be that there's gonna be no takers for now. And it's going to be pretty much out in the open, while that could possibly be put into good use for some of these teams.
Absolutely. And Aesir, now they're going to still be in the near vicinity of, well, quarry and center of the zone, but they have to try and plan out for the later stages, and that's basically what it is when it comes to PUBG. You know, you're going to have to really like know what are going to be your next moves if the circle moves in a certain direction. You know, that's the very core of the team's rotation tactics and how they want to try and navigate, and you adjust that based on the kind of information that you get. You get less options when you're restricted by areas like quarry, which is very difficult to rotate through. So that's something that they have to keep in mind. But the fortunate thing is there's not a lot of teams on that southwestern side of the quarry, so they can rotate around there if it's absolutely needed.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that nobody is going to be taking those corners instead. Like even for the teams that actually were starting from that sort of point, they have already made the move, especially for Team Max. While Q Rifted is already taking the damage coming from the blue, as they take a very, very late rotation as compared to Team Hype, who's still in the city, having to struggle for a little bit longer. I'm not too sure whether it's a problem with the vehicles that has been snatched away, but they really got to find a way to really make their way in towards phase 2.
I totally agree. And right now, seeing PMA actually engage in this long-range altercation, kind of trading blows across the Gatka fields here. Now, just really doing chip damage, but the problem is there's just not a lot of places to really replenish your armor in case you do take one hit too many. And again, you're giving away your position here, but also this is a bit of a defensive tactic by these teams. They don't want to get crashed into a compound by a team thinking like, hey, let's take that. This is absolutely free. They want to avoid that at all costs because that's where it can be a roll of the dice. Are you going to come out on top of that or not? So you're going to make your presence felt. You're going to make sure that you push all these other teams out, even if it means that you're not going to be able to catch rotating players all that easily and get kills there. You're going to get kills later in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is something that is really important, especially in this sort of the early game skirmishes where you just have to actually take a little bit of long-range trades or just check those safe areas for you to really get yourself into than to, you know, always go in for just blind crash in towards those sort of the housing estates. And as for the rejects, that did get some crazy amount of frag volumes. They are going to be moving down southwards, as our Revive team is going to be doing exactly the same as they pass by Gatka, which is going to be unloading that barrel, but it's crazy recoil control coming in from these members as he tries to tap it off with that SLR.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mushi, I don't think he landed a single shot there onto any of the players, but the vehicle's taking a little bit of a pounding, I do believe. He's going to continue rotating onwards as phase 2 is going to start contracting ever so soon, and everyone's still in rotation here. Looks like Primorsk is going to be the focal point here, and we're covering a lot of unplayable area, so we're seeing an interesting circle here to really kick things off, and look to show that we're seeing more fights here, trying to catch other rotating players here, but again, you're sacrificing positioning in the zone, but Sly DD is not going to be denied. He lands one connection, can't quite get another here. As now CGM Wolf going to have to congregate and see how they want to approach this, because quite a number of teams are going to be well ahead of them. Acer Esports definitely going to be one of them, and looks like level 3 loot for days here as AWM is going to be in play.
Yeah, and Elliot definitely gets himself some early birthday gift. Honestly, I'm not even sure if it's his birthday yet, or has it passed. But then again, he could definitely make good use of that AWM in the back. So far, Team Max right now possibly will be getting themselves. Oh my goodness! Riggs gets knocked out. Neverhor on top of that buggy will be able to shred him right through, and definitely caught him by surprise. Loki's also won't be able to actually secure that finishing touch, while Tactical Rape is going to be having a couple of the taps all over on towards the top side of that quarry.
Yeah, Tactical Riot is really trading a lot of blows here. They have already lost one of their members there just now in that altercation that we just saw. So they're going to have to see if they can hold on to their numbers as best as they can. They don't want to rotate any further here. They want to try and see, can they get into the later stages with what's going on? But it's going to be very precarious because just how far the circle is down south, and Vites, might even regret moving away from Primorse to that extent. But again, there's going to be, of course, difficult to predict how things are going here at the 24K. So they're always having long distances to rotate, as they're always dropping in Yasnaya, and it's proven to be quite an impact on their overall late game prowess.
And I'm looking at how they have already lost so many of their members. Like, this is going to be them losing so much more utilities in terms of the mats that they could use. Zolva's deck has already drowned himself out by the waters as well, so this is no good news for even the likes of QRF, as though just having the boosters to keep himself alive while he drives all the way in, as we have something out in the ocean which I don't think anyone will be able to reach anytime soon, because that's pretty much an unplayable area for the likes of many by the corners of Remos. And yep, this is going to be Rayback here trying to actually shred down this Dacia. Oh, it's tipping over, and this is the best opportunity, but he's bringing out the AW. He gets that knock. Pocoyo is down and out.
And yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there for the CGM Wolf player, getting absolutely sprayed down and forced to disembark from the vehicle. But now FlyDD is meeting his end as well. Pasha trying to reprise against the likes of BJ's here. Mellow One trying to do what he can. He really takes on Pasha. The Blue believe there's only one player left standing here for CGM Wolf. They're up against the walls here, and we're seeing that roadkill from Miracle happening off screen here. But CGM Wolf, they're already losing more and more of their players. It doesn't look good here, as they really have to try and sustain. It's a 2v1 fight at the moment, as both Vets and Nasili Brook here can influence things a little bit more. BAE is moving in, though. They're going to be able to take him down. Alan's also going to get caught in the crossfire, and a whole plethora of players getting wiped out. Two teams getting taken out at once, as BAE going to be an absolutely opportunistic team there and striking at the right time.
Yeah, and both teams just bite the dust in the blink of an eye, and with that perfect timing, Battle Arena leads now Taze on those points against the Rejects once again, holding the gap, and now back towards the side of PMA. On top of this hill here, fighting with that perfect flank coming in with those angles, but he gets knocked out instead. Miracle will have points here to try to take them off, and PMA will still outlast the likes of Kurohara.
Yeah, great trades coming out there from PMA, as Miracle showing us his dance moves. Really going to be quite the asset for his team. He's going to get red straight away. Now, does look like Tactical Riot here. This in close quarters combat here with the likes of Bad Boy Gaming. We're seeing that Murayamama here is going to get finally finished off here. There's still going to be Max team actually going to be under a little bit of vision from the likes of Area 51 in and around Primor. Star J-Bot coming around the side. Kachik is going to be hiding inside the smoke here for Bad Boys Gaming, but I'm not sure what he can do. Currently, Dar J-Bot is going to have the superior positioning, albeit both of them are tanking. Some of that blue damage is still low here, but Kachik doesn't know anything about Dar J-Bot's positioning here. Black Rose also weighing in on this. Tactical Riot looking to close things out, and Battleman, he's going to actually rotate around the northern side looks like they're not going to be able to catch that final Bad Boys Gaming player.
We're going to be looking at a township warfare right here, as we have Area 51 keeping a couple of all these crosshairs locked upon Team Max. Well, a lot of all these teams really have to tank it out inside of the blue for a little while. Revive team is looking to push against the Bad Boys, and Raybacks get a little bit of a taste of that DMR, as that's SLR will catch him in the head, while Aoki will actually get that kill on towards Raybacks instead.
They're going to pick up that AWM there, and it's going to see if they can add more to the AWM overall tally here. Elliot, of course, did manage to get the first one. FFG KXS, they're looking to try and get that first good round in under their belts. The first 2 rounds have been a little bit lackluster, to say the least. They only managed to gather 4 points for their efforts, so that they have managed to continue with the 4 players in their squad. Xavier, Lidarkus, and the rest looking to try and pull their team into the higher part of the standings. But now Bad Boys Gaming here trying to run all the way past Team Rejects. Not going to be working out. They bow out in 13th position.
Not the best idea to be driving by the edges here for the likes of Bad Boys, and they got clipped out by the Rejects right there. This time around, it seems like M0 will need to leave Spaggy behind. There's not much time left for them to actually enter towards the side of Phase 4. Well, as for Battle Arena Elites, they are on top of Quarry, and that circle has shifted all the way down south and towards the further parts of Primas. With FFG having Saber being knocked out, this is going to be a little bit of a challenging move for them, as they need to also take down Ember to the side of the Reject.
Oh, Aoki trying to land some more shots there. Currently, it looks like the Reject's going to be able to get out from this fight at the moment, but it's still going to be a little bit of a difficult spot here for FFG. They do have Battle Arena Elites, going to be gatekeeping them somewhat, and really just not allowing a lot of space. Demon Eater not helping at all as well. He's going to take down Bozo here, as Aoki trying to get a little bit of revenge, but he's getting shot from all sides here. He needs to be absolutely careful about how he wants to try and approach this, and Revive team really want to get their player Revive, and they're going to pop like at least 3 or 4 smokes here in that effort to maintain max squad strength.
Oh man, he could have actually run over the side of Robinoid, but instead it seems like that man gets clipped out by the side of Flap action, while John Shout tries his best to perhaps secure more kills here coming from the side of Acer Esports. FFG. Now Robinoid has already pointed the gun over the side of the members of FFG, but seems to be Loki's will be the one to take out the entirety of the side of FFG alongside with the rest of the members of BAE.
And it looks like Demon Eater is finally going to get caught out there. It's live action going to add to the kills total, and our chicken dinner winners from round number 1 having a much better round number 3. After round number 2, they didn't quite recover from some of the earlier altercations. They have 4 people alive at the moment here as they're about to pass phase 4. Right now, a lot of the teams are still very much focused around the side of Remorse. It's going to be a little bit awkward if it comes down to these urban fights, but definitely one that I always look forward to watching into the later stages of any PUBG match. But now we're seeing that Tactical Riot here still trying to see, can you catch out any players rotating out from the Quarry side of things, and it looks like they're going to be a little bit rewarded here. It's going to actually force all these teams from Remorse to move up north ever so much, and that's going to be a very entangling affair, I do believe.
Yeah, and as for Team Hype, they don't really have much room to work with on that hill anymore. But this is a very long-range nade blocked here by the side of Sophia. Flood is going to be flanking in as he is dropping that volley in towards the shack as well. Oh, goodness me. These members of the side of TTR is having the worst time of their lives with Black Ross. BBQ alongside with Tower Jabat, and yeah. Seems like pretty much of a bummer for them as Flood gets himself that 5K.
Absolutely devastating that Molotov right there is going to be able to finish off the likes of Tactical Riot, and right now, oh no, sorry, not Tactical Riot. They still have Africa right here, but he's getting spotted out by Sophia, and Sophia trying to see, can he catch up in the kill standings? Currently, Flood is with that 5 kills here in this game, and he knows he has to do more if he wants to catch up. Battle Arena Elites with 12 kills so far, and they're looking to have a bit more of that Game 1 form that we saw from them yield the highest number of points there and lead the pack at the start. They're looking to take back that lead from the likes of the Rejects.
Well, we can see Sophia alongside with Flood is definitely that double trouble duo that we have been seeing from game number 1. Really putting in those numbers, as we can see Flood being the highest fragger of Battle Arena Elite so far with a total of 12k in the back for the entirety of the team. At the side of Revive team has spotted out members of PMA moving across, but Flood just as I speak of Battle Arena Elites, seems like they do have a little bit of flip over right there, and they should have a little bit more room for revival as the rest of the members have rotated, but leaving Sophia behind to guard up the northern section is pretty much an interesting move coming from the side of BAE, while M0 is trying to last a very long time by this shack here. Not too sure for how long could he possibly hold on for, because Area 51 is pretty much close by.
Yeah, but at the very least, it's not really forcing the other teams to move straight into his position, so they're definitely going to bide his time for now. Revive team moving up alongside. They might be able to see Apika and spot him. But he misses at the last second there as he moves. But Noise is going to be able to get down below some cover. Apika, sorry, not able to get away from that as Revive team is going to be able to catch him out. But Noise is spotted out by Sophia. And that very northern position that he took there by the quarry side of things is providing quite a bit of overwatch, albeit he has come down onto the low ground, still fulfilling his role, watching for any of the potential flanking maneuvers. And look at the positioning that BAE has. It's going to be so difficult for anyone to try and oppose them here, and they're just really going to try and control as much map territory as they can.
Well, over the southern side, we do see a little bit of a commotion inside of the edge of Primas as well. Max struggling to actually leave this territory here, and Mushi is going to be sharing the spot alongside of Messi right here, while Messi tries to perhaps defend it with his very own life. That circle is shifting away from both of these teams, while M0 is just laughing his way to the bank if he could possibly catch a couple of these guys. Oh my goodness me! Oh man, with that crazy spray, we'll be able to knock out Messi at the very least, and perhaps a little bit more time being bought to revive Mushi.
Yeah, looks like they will be able to have enough breathing room, and it looks like Area 51 is taking another knock as Kaman here is going to get taken down by Dreams as the entirety of PMA. They've taken this compound, but they are right smack in the center of the circle, and Team Hype and Battle Arena Elite are all around there. Mr. Flank is living up to his namesake. He's going to get one. Well, actually, he's just finishing off Mushi, but now he's going on that flank, try and catch out the rest of Max, Team Max, rather. He's going to be able to land a few shots there, but it's not nearly enough, and he's got a lot of pressure coming in, and it's going to be too much from too many different directions. Old Man will be finishing him off.
Well, he almost caught out the entirety of the squad, but it seems that it's a little bit too tall of an order for him to really complete that spray with perfect finish. But here comes Atsis, drawing close by towards the side of M0. M0 has been ready for his whole life for this moment, but Anga is going to be the one to perhaps push members of the side of QRF away, and they will meet against T-Max once more as Roulette gets knocked out. Hillbox being pretty close by. There's no time for revival as he's going to go in for the reload. This is going to be a perfect shot, and that's one more knock for the side of Atsis. 2 in a row for him, but whoa, that frag doing a little bit of that dirty work there for him, but oh my goodness me. Q-Riv gets wiped out, depleted by Old Man.
Etsus will be able to confirm those 2 kills there, but Crifted does go out in the end as there's a bit of reprisal right there. Revive team needs to try and get their 2 players up here, but they're going to get finished off pretty quickly here. And M0 is actually going to be able to take out Old Man, and that's actually Max team going to be down for the count here as now Answers and the rest of Hype team, they're trying to control on that southern side. They do have the likes of John. He's going to be all the way on that eastern side. We'll be able to get some flanking maneuvers, but PMA currently dominating in that center side of the circle. Battle Arena Elite's going to control the northern side. They don't want to fight directly into PMA. They know that's going to be potentially hazardous for their health, so they're going to be focusing on controlling this western flank. Currently, only 1 remaining member of Revive team resides there.
Yeah, and as for Battle Arena leads, they are sending Neverhorde to really cover the entirety over on the western side, alongside with some of these members, like Sophia, to really give him a little bit of assistance if needed. So now that they've already have both the north as well as the western side on their favor, this next circle here will possibly side them with a higher percentage. But as for M0, his days pretty much seems to be numbered. I'm not too sure how he's going to be making it out alive, but he's got to try nevertheless. While Flood is trying to actually catch a couple of all these taps across his crosshair, while Hype slowly finds a way to really squeeze tight against PMA.
But that crest of the hill is really just going to be right in full view of the PMA members, and they know it. So they're going to have to see, can they get a little bit closer in? They do have a little bit more time to work with. M0 has even less time to really have a good move. He's actually coming up right behind the likes of Hype Team, and he actually is going to take advantage of that. He takes down one. He might be able to confirm the kill here if he's lucky. But live action will be there now, watching around the side. But this is really a thorn in the side of Hype, as they really need the time to be able to get inside themselves. But luckily for them, M0 finally going to get under pressure from all the way on that northern side, as Battle Arena leads. Going to have that high ground to be able to survey on this entire area.
My goodness, this one-man army is not giving up his hope yet. Oh! But it's going to be Flood here to manage to catch him out off guard, as he was too focused on towards the members of Team Hype. But now Loki's going up front against John. He gets a little bit of damage across as John shouts. He's got that AUG, but he's pointed in the same direction. Did not really finish off Loki's. Answers is going to be giving him a little bit of that support. Well, that frag's going to be tossed right inside the smoke. And Neff, he's going to be tapping him back with only 6 HP left on towards the side of Answers.
Wow, 16 kills here for BAE, and they're not slowing down here. They're looking for more, and they're going to take down John through Flood. Flood is looking for live action now. He's actually taking fire here from PMA, as the Answer is also going to be hiding out. There's only 2 players left here from Hype Team. They have to see, can they do any more with this? PMA still inside the zone, and they are not going to be sticking their necks out here anytime soon, unless it's absolutely necessary. Neverhorde positioning is really going to punish if any of the PMA players step outside here. But BAE right now, they are absolutely heart set here on trying to match the kills record that was kind of set last round by the Rejects, and see if they can get that 22.
Yeah, and it seems to be that these members have been able to actually pull out some numbers, and Team Hype has been wiped out by Battle Arena leads, with both Loki's as well as Flood catching those kills at the very same time. Now they know that PMA has been hiding inside the shack, so this is going to be a 360 view over on towards these compounds here, as they got nowhere to escape the wrath of what Battle Arena leads can bring to the table.
Yeah, and right now, Neverhorde is going to be having that further position. Now they're clearing building by building. There's no way that anyone is still going to be inside there with all those Molotovs going out. But Loki's only having smoke grenades available. He doesn't have any flashbangs, nades, other nades to still utilize in this fight. Currently, they're being corralled into the one building, and if they have enough nades still available for them, it's going to work out just as well. But yeah, it's going to be PMA that actually has to make the move. They do not have that position. Loki's is going to be there, ready for that close quarters combat when it comes to that moment.
This is getting a little bit dicey. We are seeing at the very least Flood covering the high grounds here, as they are sending 2 members to the side of Battle Arena leads to really cluster them up inside of these walls. This 4v4 is going to be extending all the way in, and Phase 9 will force PMA members to perhaps tank the circle or even force up these fights. They don't really have those advantage in terms of angles to work with, but Miracle is going to be setting up this trail of smokes here by the edge, and he's hoping that he can make it out alive. Well, Miracle is already on the move.
And Right now, his Flood is just trying to see, can he get any shots through the smoke. Currently, enough smoke's going out there to really try and throw off the likes of Battle Arena Elite. So far, it's working, but they'll have to see what is going to be the final moves coming out from PMA. They cannot stay behind here anymore. But Battle Arena Elite, they have moved a bit more narrow. They don't have those wide angles to work with anymore. But look at all these smokes, making absolutely difficult here for them to do anything. Downey moving the further player forward. Pete is going to go down first. Downey's going second. It's a 4-on-2 here. And BAE looking to really seal the deal here. They have the 21 kills. They want another 2 here as they are stuck behind this shack. There is nowhere to go. Miracle is going to get taken down. Sophia will pick up 1. And then in a second, he is going to be looking to propel Battle Arena Elites back to the summit of the table.
They are back in action, baby, and of course, Loki's, although he fell early in the previous round, this time he was the one to secure the finishing blow against PMA here to get this chicken dinner in the bag for BAE. You know, back in game number 1, they were coming out really strong, but they were so close to securing that chicken dinner, and they finished off 3rd place. This time, not only did they secure more than 20k of frags, this is going to be a chicken dinner to add on top of that. So they will be miles ahead of the competition just by achieving so. What a finisher coming from them, and I definitely love the tactics that has been brought up by 2 of these teams that have lasted till the very end. But, you know, the competition is definitely being blown wide open by Battle Arena Elites after this monstrous round.
Absolutely, and they're definitely saying to the Team Rejects, anything you can do, we can do better. And they managed to win that chicken dinner in the process there. So, of course, we did see monstrous game from all 4 of the players, Flood, Loki's, Neferhor, and Sophia, really bringing it to the competition. And yeah, while they did not have the solid compound, they definitely had the terrain advantage, and they really use it to the maximum there. Loki's taking point there, really close to the shack, not letting them move out. Neferhor smartly rotating around the side here to give his team the long angles, and yeah, only moving in here when it really came to all that restricted space that there's just no other way that PMA could have tried to assault that, and they had enough guns ready at the mark here to deal with them.
Oh man, like I'm expecting all these players to really appear on the top frag board once again, and of course this has been the very final battle inside of Erangel. The next map we're going to be moving in towards Miramar, so we're going to be seeing a very different level of play coming from perhaps teams that are more well versed inside of that desert dune.
Absolutely, and I think with that, you know, I mean, Miramar definitely will add a little bit of spice there, and we look forward to seeing how all of this is going to be panning out as we are drawing to a close here for day number 1. But there's still plenty more action in the 2 remaining matches. We'll be taking a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you in match number 4.
太好看了！哇！
哇，五个急救吗？
Level 3 vests and helmets.
What the 이렇게?
아치! 좀 많은 데서
Oh, what? Duncan's M4?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series here, of course, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, Constant Effect, KNK Revolutions, as we'll be bringing you more games inside of Miramar. But man, what a way to finish the round with a chicken dinner and crazy frag volumes off the roof here for Battle Arena Elites. My name's Aaron Contrachan, and here with me is Jay, play of the J Lim.
Thank you, Contra. And yeah, we did see another 20 plus kill game. And yeah, Battle Arena Elites showing they have the stuff to really go the distance toe to toe with the rejects. But let's take a look at the match results here from that third round of the day, ladies and gentlemen. As honestly, this was a match which really got to see a little bit more of how these teams are performing in a bit more of a normal game. As of course, didn't exactly go to the island, did cover quite a bit of unplayable areas, so did force a lot of teams to go and play around the side of Primorsk, which ultimately did lead to the demise of many of these teams.
Yeah, and it was such a tough place to play from, but Battle Arena Elites looked like they already knew, like the back of their hands, on how to really play by the corners of the quarry section, where they absolutely dominated the very final circle and put PMA at such an uncomfortable position as they were just stuck inside a shack with not many places for them to move, and of course, they snatch what they deserved as they finally get a taste of that chicken dinner. But we'll be looking towards how the results have definitely shaken up the entirety of the standings after that really big one coming in from the side of BAE. But before that, let's have a look in towards the game results that we saw as Battle Arena Elite managed to top the charts here with 33 total points with a 23k volume.
Wow, that is a monstrous total, and they absolutely leapfrogged the rejects here. They were leading by 10 points at the end of match number 2, but now Battle Arena Elites is going to be leading by an absolute chasm here, and yeah, they're really going to have to see a lot of upsets here for the Battle Arena Elites for them to really drop this lead. But rejects, they're not out of it. I mean, they still can overcome this with a little bit of lady luck on their side, but 17 points already here after 3 matches, and you just had a 20 kill game yourself as well. That's a tough one, but PMA, they're going to be moving up here in a third after having a pretty good round themselves. They managed to get the 31 points total here, but they're going to be followed close behind Hype. ACR Esports and CGM will both going to be dropping down ever so much. VJ is actually moving into the top half of the table, and Team Max going to be closing out the top 8.
Yeah, we still want to see a lot more coming out from the side of 24K, Revive Team, as well as Curiff. They've been playing better games in general, but they didn't really seem to find themselves in those final few circles, as we are seeing teams like Vitas really putting a little bit of that uh, points back in towards their favor, but it's still quite a distance to challenge teams like Arena Elites or even Team Reject in particular. So these two-way horse race has pretty much been relatively interesting, but maybe Miramar would be able to change the entire course of the table. But let's have a look in towards the top fraggers of the previous round, and it will be Flush here with 10 kills all by himself. That's a chicken dinner point right there for just Flood himself.
That's
Oh.
absolutely insane. Flood is really popping off in this tournament. Yeah, I hope later on that we're going to be able to see the overall fragging charts as well. It'll be interesting to see who is there. I know it'll probably be a lot of Battle Arena players, but yeah, still interesting. Loki's going to also contribute 6 kills. Sophia with the 4 as BAE dominate here. And old Biza is actually going to be getting 4 kills as well for Max team, as we're going to see live action getting 4 kills as well, as Team Hype going to be able to get a better result there in that round 3 compared to match number 2.
And I would say that Team Hype definitely was getting better and better in towards those circle rotations on how they managed to control sections. But at the thick of things on phase 7 onwards, that's where they were struggling to really push upwards, because we saw how BAE successfully claimed territories from the north all the way to the west side, and eventually they extended that and towards the east as well, leaving only the southern side to be covered up. So all the guns are already pointed out towards the south, and eventually Team Hype also dropped out. Live Action did secure those 4 kills well enough, so that definitely will be very important for Team Hype to keep themselves in that race, as they are currently still within that top 5 ration. And of course, if they could get one good round to perhaps get another chicken dinner, I think it's possible for them to perhaps topple down the leaders right now, which is Battle Arena Elites. And of course, forgetting about the rejects, early on we saw the rejects actually suffering quite a number of hits in the early game, and it was only M0 to perhaps outlast many of the other teams out there to make his way into the top 5.
Yeah, and Rejects, while they did get 5th in that particular round, I mean, they only got 2 kills from it. And I think what was the hallmark of their second match of the day was definitely being able to churn the kills. They got more rank points than they did kills. So I guess that's kind of indicative of how their round went. But we'll have to see how it's going to be shaping up on Miramar. Of course, there is always going to be that discussion, Erangel is definitely for people who stay closer to home in a way, and the gameplay can be different to a certain extent. That is definitely going to skew the performance of teams in one direction or the other. Of course, to be the champion of a particular tournament, definitely you're going to have to be able to perform on both sets of terrain.
And it's really important for them to really adapt to that sort of the change as well. Maybe we will see another contest coming into certain territories, like Los Leones being such a gigantic town, for them to perhaps secure a couple of those quarters. So I'm probably expecting a lot more teams to really pick up those snipers, pick up the DMRs to really put in some damage from the mid and early game to really uh, give a little bit more of that wear and tear towards their armory in that sort of sense, and perhaps have a smoother run in towards the later phases of the game. So we'll see pretty much long range warfares coming in for all 16 teams here that will be playing out in the Desert Dunes. But we will see probably a landed area of play instead of a lot of wild terrain being cutting off a lot of sections of play, like we did have for the past 3 games, which happened to be mostly on water water sections, which is absolutely unplayable. But this time, they don't really have to worry about that anymore.
Or do they? I mean, there's the occasional moment there, but anyways, we will see what the game provides to us. I think we're not going to complain either way because we're definitely going to be seeing some heart-wrenching action here. It's looking at the long-range warfare that we can expect to see. Definitely does mean that the rotations are going to be absolutely important because I mean to do all that chip damage as you mentioned, I mean if a lot of teams are doing that all together, yeah, it becomes absolutely hazardous for these teams which are trying to enter the circle late. So Miramar definitely teams will try and circle around the edges of the map if they can. That's definitely going to allow them to. And Miramar, I mean, it's very classic having all of these highways on the edges of the map, which a lot of the teams utilize. And it's always interesting to see whether there's going to be like any traps sprung on those sides. As on Arendelle, you tend to see bridge camps, but here this is exactly what you see in form of highway robbery.
Oh yeah, and I gotta say that some key areas to note for is perhaps Picado, San Martin, and perhaps also Montenevo. I call this the Bermuda Triangle, where this midsection between these three towns is where a lot of all the players would like to rotate across somewhere towards the central side of the map, unless if the circle is gonna be moving all the way up north or the southern section there, then maybe we won't really see all too much of those sort of the cluster really battling out between these couple of areas. But there's so many of all these mountainous terrains, or should I say hills, that usually will be booked out by teams that really want to get themselves that high ground advantage.
Yeah, but it's going to be a little bit harder to see a little bit of like these aggressive fights being taken that we're seeing on these first three matches. There's I mean, there's a lot of proactivity coming from various teams. Battle Arena Elites, the Rejects, PMA, all looking to try and stomp out certain teams that maybe are caught like unawares or with the weaker positioning. But it's going to be much harder to do that kind of playstyle on Miramar. You really have to approach the game a little bit different, as Erangel does offer a lot of that type of coverage that is going to be, covering your flanks, and you're able to get into those executable positions in the first place. But we'll see how these teams, of course, want to manage it. Now, the playbook is going to be deep for some of these teams, so I don't think that it's going to be that much of an issue from them. They're just going to have to approach it from a very different angle.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that's relatively more different from what we saw earlier on inside of those angle runs, where you could still put all your chips in the basket on, maybe an urban finish or so, but this time around, they really gotta know the ins and out of Miramar, where terrains are especially vital when it comes down to knowing the terrains is definitely important for you to really get a lot more coverage in terms of angles. And of course, there's going to be perhaps a couple of these interesting places that we might even see that circle moving into in competitive settings. There are those perhaps open wheat fields, flat grounds for them to perhaps play out the very final circle. But seems like we are ready for our match inside Miramar. This is the PSS, and we will be taking flight real soon.
Yep, and we're going to be heading off on our very first Miramar around here. So excited to get this one off the ground. And we're going to be approaching here from the eastern side. Really going to bisect the map in half here with this first light path on this desert map. So we're already seeing that they're going to have Area 51 dropping out nice and early. And honestly, I do believe that this is going to allow teams to pretty much go for what they're comfortable here. And unlike on Erangel, we didn't actually see a lot of early game clashes in the sense that, going to the same drop location, except for in match number 2, there's the altercation at Yasnaya, but I think that was kind of the outlier here. But right now, looking at this, we are going to be seeing that Urahara and 24K will be having a lost Leonis to see whether or not they're going to continue moving a little bit further on. That could be one of our initial hotspots to start match number 4.
Yeah, and as for Battle Arena Elites, they might be challenged sure inside of Minas Generalis. While Loki's is on the hunt for vehicles, this would be a pretty good spot for them to secure a little bit of mobility up in the early game. As for the members of FFG, they are just taking those small straight compounds here by the edge of the city, as Aoki will be landing on top of the roof, secures his AK on the get-go. So pretty much a good stack of loots for some of these players out there, while Saber is still pretty much floating up in the air. It's going to take some time before we'll see any sort of a challenge against FFG. But as for Battle Arena leads, they do need to cut through so many of these teams like Hype or even Bad Omen over on the side of BBG. Flood already opening fire on that AK. It's only the red dot on his hand, so he's not going to be able to hit any successive shots.
Yeah, and they're going to be all the way in that Minas and Arella side. And look at the very first phase. We're going to see seeing that it's going to be going all the way up to that northwestern side, favoring those teams who dropped out a little bit later in the cycle here. So actually not seeing that there's a lot of teams currently inside. So we're going to have to see a net movement coming out from all these teams, or especially those at Chumacera and also the likes of Los Leones. So currently, I do believe Revive Team and Vites, also Hype, they're going to be the initial teams that are going to be having those relatively safe spots. Who are just now on your screen, they're going to have to hightail it pretty soon from Los Leones, and they got the likes of 24K that they have to be a little bit conscious about.
Yeah, and I definitely think that it's definitely going to be very good for some of these teams to really hightail their way into the circle while some of the other teams are still busy looking for those loots. Just like the likes of Cheesy Kimbap, who was the top fragger for our match number 2 inside of Arangel. But a lot has changed since that match. So far, we're going to be expecting a relatively quite early game for now. ACR will be able to be looting across Graveyard as well as the lower section of Minas Generalis. He did secure a little bit of that sort of the 762 weapons on the hands of Cheesy Kimbap as members of the side of TR. They are well on their way towards the very first phase.
And you realize that with the kind of points that we have here, now the top of the table, they're starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. And we're starting to see more and more of these teams space out. Earlier on, we were saying that teams between 2nd and 8th position, they're all like within a few points of each other. Now you have the likes of ACR Esports and ZGM Wolf there, like 8 or 9 points off the pace of the rest of the pack there. So they need to start to put in the results here and get something out of this if they really want to be able to keep pace.
Oh, Nasselberg gets a perfect spray down right across, and it seems like he won't be able to knock one out, but instead Spaggy's going to be securing that kill instantly. Thank goodness that they spot out the danger relatively quick. So that's first blood for the rejects, and it might be even more to come.
Now, Silverberg not able to really make the shots count there, unfortunately. Both M0 and Batman and their truck going to be sharing the blows there. And looks like Team Rejects, they're going to start off pretty well here. But after the last round that we saw from Battle Arena Elites, they're really going to have to pull a number here. Going to be a nice AUG at team's disposal if they can come across it. But currently, not going to be anyone in sight. As honestly, we're going to have to see a lot of rotations coming out relatively soon if teams want to get into the zone. Now, while I said at the pregame, yeah, you can take a lot of these highways on the edge and everything, but it becomes a bit difficult when, the final destination is like in the corner of the map, so
yeah,
getting ahead of the pack is going to be important.
This is even more so important, especially when you're in such a big map itself. When that circle shift, it's going to be a very, very different scenario. Well, lucky for Ezo, he managed to just sprint his way across while CGM Wolf members are just chasing him down. His vehicle is already all too smoked up for him to even go any further than that. So Ezo's going to be needing some helping hand from the top side of the hills. And that Mirado possibly might just be bursted down if CGM Wolf puts a couple more lead onto it.
And right now, the coverage there from the rest of the 24K coming in just in time, but Ezo is such in a bad position here. The car is already smoking. I'm not sure that it's going to be really great for his health if he's going to actually continue to drive away in it. But currently, this high ground is really working wonders here. Look how little HP the vehicle has. It's less than a quarter, but just going to be able to get away just in the nick of time. And it's really averted an early game crisis there.
Yeah, and they really gotta thank members like Bio62 for such great suppressive fire from the top side of those hills. While Team Hype is going to be doing exactly the same. They spotted out some members of Vitas moving across, and perhaps they might have the same idea of perhaps camping out this sort of section, but members of CGM Wolf chose to back away from that sort of contest against 24K, as we see a little bit of that sort of the small little skirmish between some of these teams that didn't really result into much. They understand that this is just phase one. There's no point putting yourself at risk in such an early phase of the game. Only 7 minutes has passed, and only one player has fallen. But Robinoid, though, he counts his one out, and here comes the second one. If he could have just sealed the deal, but his spray went a little bit off of the radar right there. As Vitas, they will trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, that was a bit funny there as the Vitas player jumped right over Robinoid's head right there, and unfortunately not able to get over it, as that's going to be a little bit unfortunate for the Team Hype players. But yeah, everyone's starting to rotate, trying to keep in mind the overall game plan, not get too stuck into a lot of these battles here. As wow, everyone is coming through this intersection. Africa is trying to see can land any of the shots. Right now, it's not really working out there. Oh, some of the shots landing on the PMA player, but not able to really seal the deal at this range. But you definitely got to let loose, unless you don't want to ever find out if you're ever going to be able to make those kind of shots. But now we're seeing that Tactica Rayev is also trying to do the same. Now, they don't exactly have the most central position here in the zone. They are still going to be on the periphery here on that southwestern side. So they might need to make a move pretty soon.
Max is still not on the clear. That's going to be a pretty interesting shot coming from the side of Dreams Wire. Only having that red dot to work with, while Downey's going to be able to actually rotate easily on that flank. Darjabat trying to actually draw a little bit of that sort of be blood out on the streets, but he doesn't seem to be able to actually knock anybody out with that spray. But here comes Pete, though, switching it out for the AK. This might just actually look pretty good. Kuhara is going to have a little bit of that rocky rod on that Mirado. But once again, good speed, and he will be able to make it out.
Yeah, Pete not able to land enough there, but this is the crazy rotation phase. I mean, it's only phase 2, but everyone is really trying to stand by the side of all these very well-used rotation avenues, and that's really putting quite the spike. But I have to say that a lot of these teams in rotation, you know, maybe they're not doing themselves a lot of favors anyways, you know, because they're all rotating by themselves. You know, you kind of need to do it in numbers, otherwise things like this is going to happen. Aoki is going to get picked off with well, at least 2 guns here from Cryptid, going to be able to come to bear, and they're going to lose a player early on yet again after GKXS. They really need to try and haul themselves out in here, as really they're all the way down in 12th position at the start of this game. So really need to stick something together, and losing players by having maybe more rotation might be the way to go.
Yeah, and definitely the way to really move safely is to convoy, like you said. And as for Huara, they were pretty much segregated, and now Team Hype is going to be receiving a lot of shots here, as live action has already been knocked out. Mr. Flank, though, he has been shot pretty much early on, and Messi tries to actually avenge his fallen ally right across. Smokes have already been deployed, while Hype is being stuck under an open field here for members of other teams to really look to cut across from. But my oh my, that circle is really going all the way up towards the northwest.
Yeah, I guess, like, yeah, we really haven't had enough games up here, so game is telling us, like, you guys better go La Cabrera, and Alcantara is definitely going to be the places of interest here. But we're going to see Tactical Rayab here, going to be an L counter already. They already have Uruhara that they have to try and fend off, but currently it's not really going to be. Well, okay, it's Stray Murado coming into the play, but right now that Uruhara player is going to continue to play a little bit on the quiet side. Or no, actually knocked down. So not sure what Tactical Rayab is waiting to do. Kind of waiting for maybe some of the teammates to come along.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure how are they not really spotting out members of Uruhara hiding inside the shack. Well, that's gonna be Daraja Butt who's just looking around as PMA is gonna be securing the top side of the hill. A really good place to really hold out for some time while Revive TV is gonna be right under their noses. As for now, I think that they kind of have an idea of what's really going on, but they don't really dare to really take a sneak peek right what's underneath them. Darajabat waiting for FFQ to perhaps find themselves a spot, but here comes a little bit of attack coming from Downey.
Yeah, gonna be starting to disable those vehicles available there to Revive team. It's not gonna directly impact PMA at the moment, but they're gonna still be able to do that. They're not too worried about giving away their position because they're gonna already be kind of known for the near vicinity, and they got better things to worry about as well, like how Phase 3 is going to be looking. We already saw that it's all the way there on that northwestern side, and things could be a little bit adversely affected here. Depending on how the game wants us to pursue this match number 4.
As we are looking at a couple of all these off-stream knocks, it's going to be a roulette securing that kill, while Rixis will be able to actually get one for Tactical Rep as well. JV, and they've finally managed to spot out members of the side of Uruhara inside of Alcantara. While Vites gets one shot across. Oh man. He's going to be hiding in his buggy for now, as Battle Arena Elites are the ones tapping through those windows as well.
And Sophia playing a little bit of Vanguard here, going to be collecting some of that information on the general roundabouts of some of these teams. So namely, it's going to be FFG KXS, going to be just over yonder, as that's already going to be prompting the rotation and the further movements to come out from the rest of the team. They might be looking to try and take advantage of this high ground available to them. Flood is moving in. It's going to be actually vacating the vehicle at a little bit of a further distance now. Sophia and Flood, definitely the trailblazers in terms of overall kills, but Savior, former BAE, he's going to be running up the hill here. He's taking quite a bit of damage here. Sophia's going to be popping up and down, going to be able to take down the former teammate. And yeah, that looks like that is going to be it there, as FFG KXS going to be down to Bozo and Didarkus. And you can already see that they're starting to bolt. They don't want to face the rest of BAE, so they want to try and get a bit of something out of this match.
Oh, but they are running in towards other teams as well while we're hitting so early. Oh, that frag actually lands on towards the side of Rixis, while Pete tries to actually hold fort right here, trying to negate them from entering that Phase 3 circle right now. Well, they do have that high ground, but they have to push in. This is going to be a little bit challenging for the likes of Vika. Well, Pete misses 2 shots out of the chamber of the SKS. He will try one more with that 4 times connect up. Oh! One more shot connect to both of these players here that's been looking eye to eye, as he will try to boost her up and be ready for even more of those bullets running up in the air. Downey now pulling out the molly, tries to flush out Darajabat out of that tree, and he gets a little bit more of that tap across. He's got to be extremely careful because Black Ross has been coming in for the flank as well. A couple of all these smokes being put up, while that frag will miss Downey completely.
Looks like Miracle going to round the side here, see if he can get more flanking shots, but 24K, they're in trouble. They only have 2 players left standing here after they're under a little bit of attack here from the rest of ACR Esports. Is really becoming a little bit more precarious on that northern side. There is going to be that circle shift, quite central and neutral, going to be the delight of quite a number of the teams here, but Africa and the rest of Tactical Rayab here seemingly pushing, trying to get further away from PMA, but they kind of reached the limit there on the edge of the zone. CGM Wolf, all 4 players still outstanding, looking to see as well what they might be able to accomplish.
So 4K only having 2 members left here in the span of 16 minutes of play. I'm surprised that some of these teams are still alive, all 16 intact in particular, while PBG is playing it a little bit passively, just looking out for some passerbys here in the form of QRF. Well, Acer already again captured by Kamon as he's trying to shred down this pickup truck, but they will still be on the move, as this is going to be pretty challenging from a distance, but that vehicle is already smoked up. They will be camping right behind the shack, and their mobility will be reduced by numbers here. 24K here have Bio getting a headshot onto a B, and that'll be the end for Huara.
But right now, that rotation from ACR Esports, you know, they're going to still be right under the purview here of Area 51. They're also within sight of a couple other teams, going to be a bit further away. Black Ross here going to take down Miracle, as does look like there's not going to be a real resolution here in this fight. Miracle is going to be buried right there by the Tactical Riot player. Pete and Downey actually going to be vacating the zone, not really going to be sticking out there to fight together for their fallen comrade, but now things are getting tighter here. Elliot and the rest of Acer Esports really getting pinned in, as we've seen that there's really not a lot of safe angles available for them. They only have the 3 members left, and yeah, I don't think it looks that great for them to maintain that squad strength for that much longer.
Well, with a very peculiar circle that we rarely see in the northwest section here, teams are struggling to actually find kills here with this really tough terrains, as we are zooming past the map as well as the crosshairs of Ghostly Boy in and out. Now 62 will be able to catch another straggler that's moving across, while ACR, they're all right behind this pickup truck, which has lost a couple of tires. And this is just looking also rough here for our members of Ace here. And I'm not too sure how are they supposed to escape the raft here, as there's also Sophia picking up that knock from across.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, you need to kind of blow up the vehicle, but oh, looking at that, 2 players going to get taken down straight away. Can't help but feel that was the vehicle blowing up there, but yeah, it looks like there's only going to be left with 1 remaining player, nowhere to go. Bio62 is going to be able to finish the team off. And as you were saying, you know, it's like with this less common circle that we're getting here, these teams are not too sure about where the best places to play. They're playing in spots where they're hoping that they're not vulnerable to a lot of angles, but it's so apparent that, yeah, there's at least 2 or 3 spots who are going to be able to weigh in on your downfall.
Yeah, and that's a really big blow right there, as we can see both Flood as well as Bozo managing kills upon Team Max as they crash out of the battle. Now Phase 5 is going to be kicking in real soon, and they only got 30 seconds to really budge off from the outskirts here, and they gotta squeeze into its this really, really tough circle. Pocoyo is going to be able to actually knock out Murayama, and like you said, like if you don't really know some places of the map, you will really lose so much in terms of where should you actually rotate or hide in a safe spot. As you can see, some teams, all they can do is like, okay, we'll take this shack if we can, but the fate of the side of ACR was definitely unfortunate, as they got shot from multiple directions, including the side of TTR.
Yeah, currently Area 51 is really adding to the misery of a lot of teams here on that northern side, and everyone's just really trying to find a better spot. Currently, Hype is going to be here on this eastern side. They already got that positioning, and they can offer a lot of fight back here, but now it looks like Battle Arena Elite's pushing up this western side here into the crosshairs of Tactical Riot, but that's not going to deter Flood and the rest of BAE. Only 3 members here, but that is more than enough to take down some of these teams. Black Rose here exposing himself there, but it's going to be the reaction shots there coming out from Neferhor, going to be able to put him back down. And now there's only going to be that 1 player left standing in the way of these Battle Arena players. Sophia is going to get taken down at Ranger by a third party. Kachik is going to get in on this action, and now there is going to be a little bit more attention heading their way.
Oh boy, this is quite a fiesta, if I must say. Look at the corners of the hills for Team Hype. It looks to be a really safe spot to be at, but over on towards the side of live action, he's being caught out in the open. And yep, I'll take that back because Sean Shout has been knocked out as well, and that's going to be only one player standing for the side of Hype for now.
Yeah, so
BAE.
only gonna be the two members of BAE left. The Oceanic representation for the team gonna be representing on that western side, but it's gonna be difficult. Murayama though is gonna get taken down, but now Team Rejects, the would-be challengers at the top of the table, is under a lot of pressure. TC Kimbap and both M0 both taken down. Spaggy also facing the pressure here, and there's really just not a lot of spaces available for them. Hype team is also weighing in from that southern side.
Yeah, that hill is not giving any cover to anyone right now. While Ghostly Boy is spotting out some players being hidden right behind that rock, well, everyone's going to be struggling to actually get themselves through this highway of death. Slightly gets that finisher on towards John Shout, and man, Hype has to outlast everybody else with only one man standing. And look at how many teams that are only having one player. There's TTR, 24K, PMA as well. I'm not sure. I think that perhaps CGM, if they can keep that 4 men all the way to the very end, this might just be their game to take.
Yeah, and like you said, there's only like one squad, 1 man here, 2 men there, and yeah, it's just really representative that just not a lot of good spots here that teams have found that really able to sustain. Kachik is the next one to go down. Actually, Mellow One is going to steal it there from Flood, so I'll be a little bit upset about that one. See whether he can get some revenge on Vitas. Currently, Answers is stuck between a rock and a hard place there. CGM Wolf on one side and the Rejects on the other. Doesn't really have a lot that he can do. The name coming in there. Makoyo is going to absolutely take him out there. And that's going to be the Hype bouncing out.
Oh boy, what a way to go out. And right now, we're going back in towards the side of BAE. Never Horror is going to be able to park his bike by the crease, well, just by the edge of the hill. This is going to be a pretty safe spot for them for the current time being, while Pete's will be able to molly himself. I guess he doesn't want to give that pointer away to some opposing team that's pretty much close by. We're not going to judge him for perhaps maybe a blunder that we did not catch on our off-screen, but back towards the side of CGM Wolf, they are actually getting some really interesting spots here to not only take cover, but to also draw blood from this section of the southeast side.
Yeah, and things are starting to heat up. We are approaching our phase 7, and already going to only have about 7 or so minutes left here in this game, and this is when the crunch really starts to bring upon itself on the remaining teams. As we're going to see the 2 men here from Team Rejects starting to rotate behind Area 51, but they're completely spot out. They're already attracting a lot of fire here. AUG in the midst of it all. I don't think that the likes of Revive team going to be sticking their necks out for that one here. But looks like Come On here is going to get taken down. Badman and Spaggy combining expertly here. And now they're trying to do what they can, but they are getting corralled here by the blue zone. There is not a lot of space left for them. Batman doesn't even have time to get the heals off. Spaggy also taking blue damage unnecessarily, you would see. But like sliding you, Bakoyo. Gonna get some kills off screen here. Spaggy is gonna be one of them, and now Batman has to do it all by himself.
Such a tough angle for Batman to even survive from, because every single member of the side of CGM Wolf are pummeling down those bullets from the top side of the hill. And speaking of which, we do have Messi trying to shoot back alongside with Ezo, but this circle is not favoring anyone. But Never Horror says, "Heck, I don't deal with this sort of edge of the circle fights. I'm just going to be booking at the center of it all." And it seems to me that he will be able to get himself in towards phase 7 pretty much safely.
It's like, I don't deal with terrible circles. I'll make my own luck, pretty much. And he's just going to follow straight into the middle there. Terrain seemingly working in his favor right now. CGM Wolf is having 2 solo squad members here to worry about. They're going to come out over the top. Pasha is going to take down Messi. Area 51 is going to bow out. Badman actually deciding to deny the points. He's going to walk out into the blue zone. And now CGM Wolf have that dominance over there on that northeastern side. There's only going to be one of the members left there from 24K still in the way. Looks like Revive Team trying to see, can they land a lot of these long-range shots? Currently, it's really taking up a lot of their focus. There's really not a lot going on elsewhere, but looks like Izo is not going to be able to get away from the gaze of the vampire.
Oh man. Now in 26 minutes, we only have 5 more teams left. Because we'll be able to actually find that knockover side of Flood, but only with 11 HP left, Neferhor tries to tap him out. There's going to be a little bit of that smoke, but Mellow One's going to be engaging in a battle against Nef, the captain of BAE, trying to keep Flood alive, but there's not much time left before he gets taken out. And Ghostly Boy marches forward. Well, Flood, he might be hiding inside of that truck, but he's going to be bleeding himself to, of course, leave out of this game entirely. While CGM, they still have all 4 members, and they are slowly moving in from that eastern side.
Yeah, could this be the result that CGM needs to really come back from this one? Flood going to get finished off there as Mellow One and the rest of Vita is starting to assault the position. Neferhor left all alone here in the center of the zone, as seeing a bit more of a permanent entrenchment being made here by Vitas, as CGM Wolf slowly encroaching one by one here, but they're going to get spotted out bit by bit, and they're taking a lot of chip damage for a lot of their troubles, but Revive Team has not exactly made a lot of strides into the zone. Finally, they're starting to rotate with some of the vehicles. Neferhor here has to be absolutely careful. He knows that he was in that altercation with Vitas before and can't afford to take a head-on fight.
And speaking of which, it seems like he's getting the best spot possible while he's being as silent as he can, while Sliding E has missed a couple of shots as he tries to connect it true in towards the corners where Vitas is just being stuck by the corners of the truck. But members of Revive Team, after being all quiet, we are having vampires being tapped out by Alice and Pasha. Oh my, this is going to be looking pretty bad for RT.
Yeah, and right now this is really starting to pile the pressure on here at this stage. Neferhor getting spotted out there by Sly DD. It seems as though that his time is be very limited here, and little do I say that Hakan Shikdagi is actually going to be able to take him out. So that's only going to be the 3 teams remaining here, and they're all relatively high on numbers, except for the likes of Vitas, as Mellow One is going to be all the way by himself there on that southern side. Currently, CGM Wolf going for the daring play, crossing the road here, and this could be the ballsy play that they need, because they just need to stay as close as they can to the center part of the circle, or at least have some representation there, as now this is going to influence things, as it's just going to collapse in on itself at the moment here. Revive Team, they're going to be forced off this high perch.
At the very least, they do have a lot of information in their bag as Revive Team tries to trade back against CGM Wolf. Wolf needs to actually get themselves in the center stage as they are marching forward. Remember, the side of Revive Team has been spotted out, and this will be Sliding the getting a catch on the side of Makan. Pasha's going to be catching over the side of Mellow One as well. Now they're on the prowl. They might just actually devour the rest of Revive Team as they move straight in towards the circle.
Ghostly Boy using his own teammate as cover there. He's actually going to take down Picoyo right there. Alan's also down at the moment here. It's not looking good here for CGM Wolf. They only have 1 player to work with, as Revive Team has 3 players back standing here after the revive is successful. Currently does look like Vitas, though. He's going to get caught out. Now, doesn't look good. Like it's going to be a Revive Team that's going to relent on the pressure. It's a 3-on-1 fight at the moment here. They just need to fight this last member, Sly DD, doing what he can. Not able to spot out Noise, and it's going to be Revive Team edging out CGM Wolf. Take that match 4 win here with the 9 kills to boot.
And the patients have definitely given them the virtue here. Revive Team secures, taking their number 4 of tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So far, this has been an absolutely crazy round because nobody has a clue on how to play this really rare circle all the way towards the northwest side. Like you see a lot of teams marching up the hill and say, okay, I bet there's going to be some sort of a crease or something that we can defend ourselves on, but whoever goes up the hill seems to be taking a whole lot of damage. But the only team that managed to survive out of that was CGM Wolf, which managed to use it as a really good cover from teams that are moving from the back, and of course slowly getting themselves in towards that top 2 position. But as they try to cut across that street, it seems to be too tough of a challenge for them to not only take on Revive Team. There was also members of BAE left. Of course, Neferhor was the very final member right there. And as for Vitas, this is one of their better performances so far, heading in towards position number 3 to finish off this first round of Miramar.
Yeah, I think yeah, not only was there the BAE, there was Vitez and everything, and yeah, the crossfires were absolutely devastating for CJ and Wolf. But yeah, I think a lot of these rare circles definitely going to be favoring those teams who have definitely have a little bit more experience playing together with that kind of scenario on the board. And the thing is, even if you played this one before, it's not as memorable. This not a lot of landmarks, you know, that you would typically see that, like, oh yeah, there's the church. Yeah, let's go to the church. You know, it's always going to be without those kind of moments, you know. So it's always hard to learn from those kind of situations unless you really have one at the forefront of your mind. So yeah, definitely saw some good steady plays coming out from some of the teams. And yeah, I think for our very first Miramar round here for the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series has definitely lived up to expectation. And we're definitely looking forward to seeing how we're going to be closing out the day as we're looking to have our 5th and final match. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll just have a quick look here at our winners again here. And I do believe that this is unfortunately not right. And yeah, there we are. We have Revive Team. We're going to have Makan Duck B here. We're going to have Noise Vampires and Meme Tricks. So that's going to Mr. Metrics, sorry. And yeah, they really pulled out the stops there on that northwestern side of the zone and able to really grind out the win.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be a whole lot of good points going on their way to hit in towards at least the top half of the bracket, and we'll see whether or not some of all these teams could possibly go back into the chase to perhaps bring some good results to hit in towards day 2, because up next we do have one more round of Miramar left on the table before we close out the entirety of the night. And of course, for those of you guys who are still tuning in from start all the way up till now, we still have one more game to go, and we thank you guys for supporting all the teams here from Malaysia as well as Singapore, and of course representation from all over the world for some of these teams as we are looking at some great stuff coming our way. And speaking of great stuff, have you guys checked out some new features coming in inside of Sanhok? That's the loot truck that is going to be giving you guys the edge to battle out against your enemies. And of course, we hope to actually see you guys real soon for our final match.
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature. A heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer, and how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanhok. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshay. Just look at him go. But Sanhok wasn't always the pinnacle of Battleground's locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battleground's rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls in Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murano. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these two contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those two could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Smart pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the Battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite Battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time. Behold, the beautiful island of Sanok.
And definitely like being in a little bit of an old picture film myself. And you're back here with the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series. With me is the awesome Contra. I'm Play the J, and we're looking forward to bringing you our final day of the first round of the competition.
Yes, indeed. And of course, this is just day one. There's going to be a whole lot more starting from tomorrow for day two. We always start our games around 7. Well, you can, of course, catch us from 7:30 onwards. That's where our stream will begin. And of course, now down to a very final showdown of day one as we'll be heading in towards Miramar once again. So today, the circles definitely have been pretty interesting, even from Arangel all the way towards Miramar. Now, I really do wonder what do we have being offered on the table for our next upcoming match. But before that, if you guys might have missed out on what happened in the previous game, we do have Revive Team getting that chicken dinner in unnamed territories all the way up towards the northern west end, and of course they managed to secure a total of 9 kills, and of course with that chicken dinner that adds up to 19, followed by CGM Wolf coming on second place with 16 points, 12 points for Vites. BAE not too far from the radar as well with 9 points in total. Tactical Ray up so far, best finish for them on that top 5, while Hype moves down the radar with no rank points whatsoever, but they did get 5 frags in total. Rejects coming in with 4 kills and 1 rank points with 5 points as well, while 24K will make up that top 8 ladder.
Yeah, and with that, let's take a look at the overall standings after match number 4. And well, I guess the overall standings a little bit on the shy side, but here we are. So we're going to have Battle Arena lead, still maintaining their lead, and in fact extending it here to 21 points. They have that monstrous total of 63 just from 4 games played so far. Rejects going to have their lead over the third place team cut down here. CGM Wolf actually vaulting all the way up. Now, the CGM Wolf players, they were in 6th position at the start of the previous match, but they have managed to climb 3 places here and really contesting. Hype going to be trailing just by 2 points, PMA by 1 onto Hype. And of course, Revive Team is going to be moving up the standings as well after they managed to get that very good result. ACR Esports is in danger here of creeping down into the second half of the table. And looking at this, we're seeing still quite a bit of tussles there. We didn't see a game where either Battle Arena Elites or the Rejects got 10 points or more. So it's opening up opportunities for these other teams, but they really do need to take advantage of the whole thing. And CGM Wolf looks as though together with Revive Team and Vites for that matter as well, all looking to climb up the standings.
Yeah, and we're looking at a 14-point draw between Team Max, Tactical Rape, as well as 24K here, who left a whole lot more points to chase up in towards the first half of the table. And as for the other teams for today, they had a really tough run, but we hope that day number 2, or this particular game before we end the entirety of the day here, to be giving them that sort of edge to really chase back. And that even teams like Kurohara, who may not have broken that double-digit mark in the leaderboard, might actually change things in day 2, day 3, or so forth. So, of course, day 1 so far has been offering us so many interesting plays throughout the entirety of the day. But now, back into Miramar. I gotta say, from the early phases, I didn't expect so many players to be caught out on that rotation. And speaking of catching people out, here are your top fraggers of that first Miramar match that we saw.
Yeah, quite a different makeup, if I must say so. And the brothers Pasha and Sly DD gonna be contributing here with 4 and 3 kills respectively for CGM. Well, Vites is gonna be seeing Ghostly getting 4 kills himself, so pretty good haul. Noise going to be leading the pack here for Revive Team with the 3, as the RJ Bot is also going to be getting 3 himself, as Tactical Riot was going to be able to get a decent result here. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing a very different makeup, and this is exactly what we want to see. Now it's just going to be about who is going to be more consistent in appearing here with their lovely mugshots. So that's something that's going to play a factor here. So even though there are teams that are in the second half of the table right now, I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing changes as we go along. The beauty of this competition is that we are having 5 a day, so everyone's got a chance to go back, reboot and refresh. And for those teams who are very industrious, go review the footage, see what they want to correct, how they want to adjust the teams, and make the changes.
Yep, of course. And some of all these players really got to adapt to all those necessary changes right here. And I really do love that map in particular, which we just saw concluded, because we see so many new faces really popping up on that top frag. And I really want to see even more names to show up by the very end of the day. And of course, we'll be taking flight really soon. And we once again would like to actually give thanks to all of you guys who have been watching all these matches that's coming online, and you can always catch us live here throughout the entirety of the week, as you can follow us on PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Facebook page, as well as Geek Events, Cause and Effect, PUBG Corporation, and KNK Revolution. So make sure you guys do not miss any sort of that moment. And if you guys want to catch up those bots, of course, PUBG page is where you want to be at. And of course, with that said, so far, some teams still need to really work on some matters to actually get into a better sort of a momentum for themselves. As for the top half of the table, we saw them really having some good games, some rough runs as well. Where like Battle Arena Elites was only having Neferhor camping in the middle of the desert. Nothing much to cover. Those are some really tricky spots to be at for all the teams here that have been playing for today.
Yeah, and these guys are all well practiced and have played many, many, many hours in the game. So that's why a round like the last one was very entertaining for me, because it reminded me of like when everyone first started playing the game and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and they were just like trying to hope that this little piece of rock or this little piece of wood sticking out of the ground is going to actually be able to save them, But nope, sorry, 5 other teams can actually see you. So yeah, it's fun to see pros put into this kind of position yet again. But yeah, we won't be always able to see that. There are definitely going to be more practice areas of the map, and we're looking to see where each team can come into their own. But yeah, you definitely do have to make your own luck and magic sometimes, and definitely means having to make the best out of a bad situation. But that's all part of the game here, and we're just about ready to get into our last game. But looking at the momentum here, who do you think really needs to change their fortunes the most here to really kickstart things from tomorrow onwards?
Well, I'm looking at a big name that hasn't really popped off just yet. And that big name that I'm about to mention is 24K, because we've seen them on a good day really looking as if they can actually beat teams like BAE or even Team Rejects here, who really put those really high kill volume. But today seems like a very slow day going on for the side of 24K. But we do see some frags coming from players like Bio62, for instance. So who knows? Tomorrow might just be better. Or I hope this upcoming round here will see a shining light for them at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the number of rounds that we have to play here, definitely want the teams to feel a little bit more at ease, so that they can play their game and really demonstrate to the rest of us, why they're here in the grand finals. Of course, they come through that grueling qualifying stage, 15 rounds to play there. Also, nothing to faff at, I mean, these teams have really come through quite a bit of competition to be able to compete at this stage. But we can see that no team here is going to be exempt from having bad fortunes and everything. I don't think anyone's had 100% run through all of the 4 matches that we've had so far to date. And Battle Arena Elites, no exception as well. But it's still definitely going to be about that consistency and what you do with the chances that is given to you. And even despite all the misfortunes that happened in the last round, Nephahor was trying to sustain Battle Arena Elites as much as he can, staying alive right there in the center of the zone.
And as for the bigger movers of the later half of the day, is definitely going to be a Revive team who really made a resurgence back in towards the top half of the board, where the early stages of the game, it seems like a very tough run for them. But finally, with that chicken dinner, they are definitely in that race for that top spot as well. And I really want to see them play a little bit of a different style as well. But what has worked for them is that they find the best plays possible to really hold out inside of the circle, and only when necessary they take those later fights that they need to secure that chicken dinner that we just saw. So perhaps certain other teams that may not have that crazy high firepower like TR or even BAE and Team Hype does, they could actually use this sort of the idea to actually come into play to secure perhaps a big win for themselves.
Absolutely right. And anyways, I think that we have seen quite a bit of a change of pace in terms of who is going to be at the top of the charts bar, though admittedly our sample size is quite small here. So we'll need to see whether or not that the Miramar trend does tend to continue. But at the end of the day, we're still playing even number of rounds on Erangel and Miramar over the course of the day. Tomorrow, of course, we will be having 3 rounds of Miramar to start with. So, I mean, that could definitely be something that if the respective teams can continue to build on today's Miramar rounds, that's something that can snowball into tomorrow. So, something that we have to see if teams like Revive Team, CGM, Wolf, and of course the likes of Vitesse, who did manage to get double-digit points in that previous game, is going to be able to benefit from.
Yeah, and of course, that definitely will be something that's going to be very important. And great that you brought up Vitesse so far. I like their style of play. They really can switch from a defensive approach to a more offensive side. And of course, for the Erangel runs, it seems to be very challenging as they were caught up in between a couple of teams every time that they were being in a section. But here we are, we're back in towards Miramar, baby, as we will be taking flight for our final game of this evening here. Or, we're about to hit the 12 o'clock over the midnight real soon, but hey, this is going to be a really good one, I assume, as we are taking this flight from the east all the way to the west once again. This flight seems to be very much centered upon the northern section instead, but I hope that the circle will throw them a little bit of that curveball to end the day with a high note.
Well, I think we would have 5 circles on a funny note if we did have something like that, but let's see what we're going to be getting here. So 24K going to be dropping out early here, going to be heading towards the Impala side, going to have very much all of it to themselves, as Cruciville is pretty much going to be Huruhara territory, Area 51 having El Azahar. Now, we haven't seen too many of these early game altercations over the course of both Erangel and Miramar. The team getting wiped out in the first 5 minutes, I think, has been a relative rarity to see any teams drop out before the midway mark. But we have seen it with more frequent, higher level of frequency, in the more recent games, I must admit.
Yeah, and I gotta point out something that I saw from the flight. It seems to be that Sophia is dropping very, very late in towards Alcantara as compared to the rest of the members of Battle Arena Elites. I'm not too sure whether or not is he having some sort of issue, or it's a very different threat that we're seeing here. Quadro unleashing his Scar L haven't seen this weapon for today for quite some time, as we saw, the more popular options like the AK or the barrel and even the M4 to come into effect. But it's great to see some variety of, favorite weapons to be brought out from time to time, or should I say, uh, a weapon of choice when you are desperate enough to go for it.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see how things are going to play a part. I'm not sure if Sophia maybe had some lag and then wasn't able to exit the plane at the same time as the rest of the team. But then again, we did see him in some of the earlier rounds play as a little bit of a vanguard or a scouting role. So that could definitely be something that is playing a factor here. But if it's so far away, then we'll see what they have in mind. But Hype is going to be having the whole of San Martin to itself. And I have to say that this is going to be really normal circle, by comparison to what we were able to see in the previous matches, and most of the teams actually falling inside for a change. So you can still probably expect to see some relatively early rotations like FFG. I do expect them to consolidate a bit, depending on exactly where they want to hold, because while they have the central position they need, they'll be able to stave off the challenge from these surrounding teams.
Yeah, and I gotta say that this circle will be pretty much an easier way to think about for most of their respective teams, because at least a good 80% are already in phase number 1, but that's a lot of crowd over on towards the central side. So if they really want to book the best spot, they might need to go through some sort of the contest at the very least. As for PMA, they have been dropping in towards the center of the map kind of throughout the entirety of the game. So I guess they will need to find a way to move upwards, where if they pass St. Martin, there's going to be quite a number of guns that will be pointed on their side. And speaking of guns here, Josiah is going to be going in for a couple of taps, and maybe he might just get this very first knock of the game.
Currently not really going to fall too much. The Poly only having a little bit of HP left to work with, but he's going to be able to get away from Aesir. Aesir, I kind of had big hopes on them when seeing them get into the grand finals and everything. Currently, day one has not happened too much for them. I think that they just need to go back and really think how they want to approach it. Currently going to be some 42 points off the pace here. But again, they're still in the top half of the table, so they could definitely achieve something in this final round. And, hopefully that's going to propel them into tomorrow's games. Other teams like Bad Boys, I think, yeah, they just need to, go to the basics, just really try and rotate together, having that clear timing that they want to try and establish for themselves. And hopefully they might be able to get a decent spot going for them.
Yeah, that some of the core basics of it in terms of rotation is definitely vital for them to really last perhaps slightly longer than their current average for sure. And when it comes down to decision making, it's really vital that you gotta make sure that you gotta decide quick. How much time do you need to actually loot up the entirety of town? Where exactly do you want to make as your checkpoints or pit stops before moving in towards the first few circles of the game? They really gotta get everything plotted out before starting the game itself. Well, or should I say, during the first phase itself, you gotta really make sure you know what to do or what to expect at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely right. Because each team will have X number of spots, and they know X number of rotation paths based on where they would drop. So these are all factors that come into play. Currently, the winners from the previous round under the long-range fire here is the Rejects. Not really relenting at this kind of range, but yeah, it does look like a Revive team going to be rolling away from the top of the hill there and escape without being too scathed.
It's going to be quite ripe for some of all these players. Well, Team Rejects, they don't really seem to be all too worried about where exactly to rotate, because you're just by the corners of the hills of St. Martin. This is a really great spot to be at, as it's very close to perhaps the center of the upcoming circle. And as for FFG, they've already booked the prime area where there's a couple of teams on top as well as below the hill that they need to worry about.
Yeah, I want to see how FFG really plays out this round, because definitely they probably had the best luck that they could probably hope for, because they're definitely going to be able to get their looting done and secure whatever locations that they want to have. And we can already see that they are going for a bit of a 2-2 split here, so a bit of hedging bets and a bit of just trying to control more area. And at the end of the day, if you're just forcing teams not to occupy those spots, you're just going to congest them a little bit more and make it a little bit more difficult for them to be able to, play their mid-game effectively.
While Tactical Rehab will be moving in really shortly from the northwest side, it's going to be Bad Boys here facing off a little bit with Battle Arena Elites, and they draw that first knock over on towards the side of Neff, and the captain is going to be down and out. And this is definitely going to be quite a bad hiccup coming in for the side of BAE as the approach has seen without really checking corners at the very least.
Yeah, it looks like balance to all things definitely comes into play, and that's definitely with respect to Neferhor's survival time there when we look at the last game and this one. But let's look like Bad Boys will be parking themselves here in the Hacienda del Patron, and seeing if they're going to have that golden Mirado available to them, but I doubt that that's exactly why that they've come to this location. Definitely going to be relatively central, again, very close to San Martin, and definitely will allow them to plan their next moves, because this is always going to be the crucial moment for any stage of the first couple phases. You want to try and time your rotation, maybe especially if you're starting further away, to enter the circle or get into a position to further rotate when it comes to phase 2 being revealed. And Messi is going to be taking on Miguel. Urahara not having a lot of luck here. They're actually going to be incurring the second loss of the game.
Ah, man, that was quite a distance coverage as well. Oh, Messi, Messi. They'll be able to actually secure one more knock on the table, and Huhara is about to be knocked out, but lucky enough, if they spot out Messi just in time, Mal Kendricks as well as Double J needs to actually pull the trigger back in towards the favor of Team Area 51 right here. Now, waiting for the revival already. He spots out one Nox member, but he does not want to reveal himself just about yet. And now he does. There is going to be that 2v2 scenario as Mr. Flank is still on the ground. Oh, there we go. A little bit of that shot connecting to his head, and Double J will be able to take one knock. But with this will be Double J here to be able to secure both J as well as Abil. And that's the end for Huhara for today.
Huhara unfortunately not able to get more out of that. They are going to be able to get some kill points there. So currently they were at the bottom of the table. So this can only be a good thing for them. But albeit they would have wanted to have more opportunities, get more points in the later stages. But never mind. That's going to be an end to day number 1. Still 5 more days of play. So there's definitely going to be chance for them to redeem themselves, as 24K looking to do the same here. Opening up here on a Ghostly. He's taking a lot of damage. And Bio 62 is again going to be the difference maker here. Going to knock him out there, and they're going to be claiming their first kill. And Vitez, after getting 12 points in the previous game, that's not exactly how they want to start match number 5.
Yeah, this is just so rough for the side of Vitez. Well, at the very least, good news for the side of 24K, as they seem to be pretty much back on track. While the circle is going to be pretty much clustered up in between those areas of St. Martin, all the way up north, as well as water treatment here seems to be a little bit empty, which is great news for the side of BAE, but not so much for Batman and the rest of TR, as they are in the center of it all. Oh boy, this is going to be pretty much interesting.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, it's absolutely congested here on the San Martin and a little bit further north here, so it's going to be a little bit awkward. Now, there doesn't have to be strictly be any rotation, so any of the fights that they engage now might be inconsequential, but at the same time, there could be the third pulse string, like you're seeing Flood continuing to rotate further north here, see if you can get a little bit of a better high ground. BA actually has a lot of space that they can control over here, just because every other team is pretty much focused around being around the San Martin side. Revive team still going to be having some pretty decent positioning, but again, there's just not a lot of ability for them to rotate out of the section should the next zones really go by the wayside here. As Tactical Rayab here, they're actually creeping up here, and not sure Dara but wants to see what's on top of the hill.
Well, he might just be a curious little kitty. Well, Pete's gonna give him perhaps a little bit of a pad. I'm not too sure about that, but eventually this might happen here while he doesn't seem to be having all too much smokes for coverage if they were to go in for any sort of a long drawn out engagement. Well, FFG, they might have actually had this sort of a corner to be covered up real soon if they really want to get anything out of it. Darjabat already receiving a little bit of damage from across, and he might just actually back away. Goes proning for a little bit. PMA pushing up the hill.
Yeah, BMA, we haven't quite seen the same level of aggressiveness that we saw on Erangel, but it looks like they're trying to make amends for that, as Africa is going to be going down at the hands of Dreams. So now it does look like hostilities fully engaged here, as Tactical Rayab trying to still give a little bit of coverage here, and they actually spot out FFG here. They're going to be making sure that they get some love as well. AOK is going to be tanking 1 or 2 hits there, as Rix is looking to still see if he can just hold this pivot point, and he's going to be his team's linchpin. But Max team here under pressure. They already have 1 player down. Allens and the rest of CJ and Wolf shooting at long range, but it's going to be Cheesy Kimbap and Kenny here who's weighing in.
Man, that's definitely one way to secure those sort of knock. And Cheesy Kimbap so far has been one stellar player out of the side of TR so far to really put those points into the squad, while that circle is going to be peering over on towards the northern side of St. Martin this time around, with a little bit of a coverage on towards Hacienda as well as water treatment. So this is a really great place for the side of TR if they can actually defend it very well.
And this is exactly the kind of scenario that you have to limit the amount of attrition and the economic damage that is being done to the team, just because you're kind of stuck in the same position for seemingly a long time, and there's not a lot you can do to replenish unless you're fortunate enough to, be in a area where it's highly unlooted. But these teams have been in San Martin for some time, so I'm not really sure if they're going to be in with that much luck. Now, there is going to be a bit of rotation coming out from PMA as they try to go around the northern side. Flood, in the meantime, going to be able to take on Shogun here, as Cryptid not going to be getting the better of those exchanges.
Oh boy, this is going to be looking pretty bad here. Well, Killfox will have great places for him to tap out and about, and it seems to me that somebody else will be able to secure that knock in the form of Flood of BAE. Oh man, bloodbath all across the desert as we are looking at so many of these names pop up by the radar as the kill feed is being filled up. Koyos as well as M0 will be able to secure the kill out over on the side of 24K. That I did talk about 24K for today. They have been pretty lackluster, if I must say.
Yeah, and another team that, really has to go back to the drawing board. Area 51 bowing out relatively early as well, so not really a good round 5 for them. Now, there is going to be Tactical Rayab here. They're really getting caught out here between the likes of PMA, and it's hasn't really worked out for them. I think the warning signs were there, but the likes of Rixis was really trying to maybe bite off a little bit more. He has actually pushed out with Black Rose, but 2 of the other team members have gone down, and Black Rose taking quite a bit of damage as Miracle is basically begging him to peek him.
My goodness, PMA on the roll right now. They already got 2 frags off. Cryptid is going to be the next team to fall in such a high-risk terrain, while Battle Man, it's funny to actually pronounce his name because it's as if that this is the older brother of Batman himself. BBG so far has been getting some sort of the great areas inside of Hacienda, but it's pretty much tough to actually squish out the rest of the members of ACR.
You got bad old man, you got old man, you got bad man. It gets a little bit confusing sometimes, but yeah, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of variation there. But yeah, in any case, we're seeing Tactical Ray. They're still going to be in a little bit of a pickle here. They do have PMA players on all sides. ACR Esports, I'm not sure why they really want to try and put this pressure onto Bad Boys Gaming. They can go around the Hacienda. Hacienda is not even inside the zone, so they could actually just swing around closer to San Martin. But I don't know. Maybe they feel as though they need to get a little bit of heart-pounding action if they're going to, finish the day on a high note and propel themselves forward. Currently, Demon Eater and Quadro are having the right idea. They're going to be by the stables here, and they can actually bypass the entire Bad Boys Gaming team. But it's just the fact that you got one of the players right in the face. I do believe that's Elliot. Going to be, just below the ridge here, and he's kind of stuck in the spot that it's going to be really awkward for him to rotate out. But this is delaying his team from getting out of this position and focusing on the big picture.
Yeah, and it's great to see Sophia really rejoining inside of BAE, and back towards our sort of the commotion that we have here in Hacienda del Patron. It's going to be Team Max here that might just end up being the big winners of this brawl here between these two teams that are outside of the zone currently. Now Downey's going to be pushing in towards the shack, and this is going to be pretty much an interesting affair here. Downey checking every single corner, and he goes in for the tap. He gets a headshot, and there goes Black Rose. And Tactical seems to be losing members left and right.
Yeah, and Downey, really showing his entry fragging prowess there. Rix is the last player left here for the likes of Tactical Raya here. He's going to get spotted out. Downey just going to delete him from the face of this game. That's going to be Tactical Raya out of the game. Bad Boys Gaming here going to finally take down Elliot. I think he did manage to get the initial knock there, but yeah, again, that's a fight that I don't think that Elliot had to take there, as the entirety of his team could have rotated around the side, and I think they are all outside of the compound itself. He is just the lone player that actually went inside.
Yeah, and then he absolutely whooped the shot on towards the corner of the wall where, maybe he was panicking to expect, maybe he's all alone when there was a revival going on inside of the room itself, and yeah, he was definitely stuck in such a sticky situation where he just had to do something about it. Here comes Battle Mando. He knocks out Mushi. Now gets a little bit more cover as there's bullets being sent over on his way. While members of the side of Max, they might just find themselves a couple crosshairs being pointed from the side of TR, but Polly will still get a kill on Mushi.
Yeah, this is already Bad Boys Gaming doubling their points total just based on their performance from this game. So that's definitely a step in the right direction for them. They're looking to see, can they put more pressure here? But it looks like it's going to be Kachik that takes down Demon Eater and Quadro getting stuck inside the building here. Pauly and Kachik will be able to confirm 2 more kills. Bad Boys Gaming is having a cracker of the game, and look at them cleaning house. Max team is going to be out for the count. They go out in 11th position, and at the 10-minute remaining mark here, seemingly have only 10 teams remaining.
Wow, BBG really took me by surprise. I thought that Team Max actually get that positional advantage, knowing for the fact that 2 of these teams inside of Hacienda need to actually enter a circle, but that pressure coming from the side of BBG was working wonders, and also for the fact that the rejects were also indirectly helping out from across to really suppress members of Team Max, and now they really have to fight the dust, and they can call it a rest for the entirety of the evening, while PMA is going to be going in for a couple of that shred down here of that spray of the clip coming from the side of Miracle, as they are using quite a number of utilities here just to protect themselves. But Revival team seems to be in an interesting position with Vampires by the lower end of that mountain.
Donnie almost got knocked there by the exploding car here, but now they're pushing here onto the players coming out from Revive Team. Miracle, Downey, Miracle with a double here, going to take down 3 of the players there. The winners from the previous match here are up against the rope. There's only going to be Makan that's left here, and but at the same time, Downey, the entry fragger, is going to be on the ground, as it does look like Darkus is weighing in on another part of the area, but it's purview now onto the PMA players. He is not doing them any good. Downey's going to finally expire. Dreams, the last player left here, is going to be a one-on-one, but there's still all that fire coming from long range, from downtown, in the form of Team Rejects. This one-on-one, Dream going to be peeking around the side there. He's going to be able to have the final say. That's it for Revive Team. They go out in 10th.
Wow, what a battle that was, ending up in a 1v1, and now Vitesse sprinting in for that building there. The warehouse is nowhere safe for them as Vitesse goes for a desperate attempt and crashes out at 9. This is going to be Ty Darkers here, having that cross that point, and Savior will be able to actually knock out Sophia. Save goes to Flood on the ground as well. Battle Arena leads will be finishing on 8th place, while Slot AD on top of this corners of the hill are not safe outside of the circle. They only got 70 seconds to book. While over on the other corner here, they're trying to mess around with members of the side of FFG. Aoki being knocked out now. It's going to be hitting on the ground as well. Slidey D really has been getting so many of all these great pickoffs here, and now adds one more point in the bag.
CGM Wolf looks as though they've really hit a turn here by the Miramar segment. They're looking fantastic here in match number 5. And yeah, BAE bowing out quite early here. And I'm pretty sure that Team Rejects are going to be licking their lips here as they look to see, can they put in a cracker of a game to blow them out of the water? But currently the lead is about 20 points, so they're going to really have to put in a shift if they want to get that. They already have 5 kills already in this game. FFG looking to pick themselves off the bottom of the table. They've already managed to do that just with the few kills that they managed to achieve here in this game. 5 kills has really done a world of difference for them. But now Rejects, they're the ones with the central compound. They're the ones who have the control of the pace and the surrounding territories.
Spaggy getting pretty much a free pickup right there, and that will be another pointer in the back for the side of TR. Rejects now hunting out for side ED as well. He's trying to dance inside of the smoke, and he might actually survive out of this. Spaggy on his last bullet on the Mini 14. He has to force a reload, while Ty Darkus is going to be keeping tabs on towards the rest of the members of CGM Wolf. FFG so far having a really good spot over in the northern section, while the Rejects didn't really have to move a single bit, as this is possibly the best compound that they could actually work with.
Yeah, and see whether or not that it's going to still continue to be in their fortunes into the later stages. But right now, M0 is already not resting on the laurels of that kind of compound that they do have available. He's already sweeping on the outside. CGM Wolf does have to get one of their players up off the ground here. And fortunately, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. So please do bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we're looking to get the feedback going here once again.
Yeah, and of course, so far throughout the span of 24 minutes, we are only having 6 more teams on board, and I really hope that we can actually get that perfect conclusion towards this map. And once again, we do apologize for any sort of technical difficulties, as we are trying very hard to actually get ourselves our sort of the perfect run for the team, and of course, to check out who exactly will be walking away with that very final chicken dinner of the evening for day number 1. So, of course, Jay, we've seen some relatively rowdy action going on towards the center of the map early on from phase 5 onwards. A lot of battles across that Hacienda end as well. So, this looks to be pretty advantageous for the side of TR once again, as well as CGM Wolf. Let's talk about CGM Wolf for a tad more, because they have been very consistent for today, but they have not landed their hands on that chicken dinner just yet.
Yeah, I think it's kind of eluded them a little bit on the Erangel segment, and yeah, they didn't quite get the ultimate results that they wanted to have. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but at the same time, it's definitely been like a semi night and day kind of scenario where we did see them actually perform substantially better on Miramar so far. So far, they're definitely in the running here to come out with it. So we'll see if this is going to be able to be something that they can continue to sustain into the later stages. So unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to take a short pause here while we try and resolve our technical difficulties. So we do apologize. So do bear with us, and we'll see you back here again soon. rotation
TR
coming
right
around
here.
side. Go ahead.
Sliding eight, only 10 HP. Will be fighting up against M0, and Spaggy's gonna be able to actually knock down Slide DD. Oh my goodness me! 3 members left for the side of TRS, and looking to end this game with a high note for the rest of the Rejects, and it seems to be that the Rejects will be able to secure a big winner chicken dinner right here with a total of 12 kills.
The Rejects coming out big there to finish with those 12 kills, and unfortunately, due to the technical difficulties, not able to see how we got there. But CGM Wolf getting into that top 2 spot again is going to be fantastic for them, and they're going to definitely be feeling very fortunate that they're able to really start to close more of the gap. Let's not forget Battle Arena Elites. They got eliminated relatively early on, so this is definitely opening things up. But I don't think that we're necessarily going to see huge substantial changes in the overall standings, but we would expect to see Team Rejects put in that 20-plus point game, which definitely will put them up there, depending on how many points BE did manage to get from that one.
Yeah, and of course, based on that sort of the final circle that we just witnessed, that circle zoomed all the way back in towards the corners where Team Rejects were actually at before, the technical issue actually occurred, and the other teams needing to actually push upon the side of TR didn't result very well for the rest of them, with only CGM lasting the longest out of the many teams, where they were coming from the corners of the water treatment area all the way in, and it seems to be that this was an absolute dominating round for the likes of the Reject, as we have Batman, Shizzy Kimbap, M0 Boys, as well as Maggie to be celebrating the final chicken dinner of the evening.
Yeah, so they're going to be pretty happy with this one. It seems as though that both the likes of BAE and the Rejects have been trading quite a lot of blows. And yeah, I do love the storylines that go along with it. And it's going to be entertaining from here all the way into Sunday. But yeah, it is going to be the likes of Batman, Cheesy Kimbap, M0, and of course Spaggy, who's going to be able to come up in spades here in this particular round. And Spaggy leading the way there with the 5 kills, I do believe, in this particular round.
Yeah, and of course, Spaggy hailing from Australia so far has been working very, very well with this roster, which consists of Batman and Cheesy Kimbap, as well as M0, who has been in the scene for pretty much long enough inside of the NYSG. It's great to see a great new player to really join in the ranks of perhaps one of the finest teams out there across the entirety of SEA, and of course, the Rejects being brand new name inside of MYSG, though they might be joining a brand new team forming up together, but the wealth of experience in this team has been pretty much tremendous, because if I want to track towards when exactly did he actually start off for Spaggy, he did play back in the PUBG Global Invitational 2018 for Oceania. So it has dated back to 2 years ago and down to all the way here playing in the MYSG scene. Of course, he's trying to make his mark once again in the international stages.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic there. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short one here while we wait for some of the results here to be ready to be tabulated, and we'll be able to show you the end of day standings here for our first day for the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. So take a short break. See you in just a little bit.
Say what you're saying, Anthony. You work for these people, and I think it's a little screwed up that you act like you're better than us.
I never said I was better.
It's the way you act. Oh, I could never watch these things? That's exactly your job.
It's not my job. And is that how you think I talk?
Guys, someone's viewer isn't muted.
Me? Sorry. I don't know why you're all over me on this. Martin doesn't watch either.
Martin? Really? Martin, you recruited these guys. These are your people. You don't watch?
No, I watch.
Oh, now you watch.
I watch if I have to, okay?
Do you know how much these people pay to watch this? Chef, gotta taste the food.
If I bred dogs for a living, would I need to go downtown to watch every dog fight?
See? Everyone, attitude, okay? This is what I'm talking about.
Nelson's just testy because he's the only one who has to work on site.
Not that I don't mind being in a bunker, 30 feet underground. But now that you bring it up, why am I the only one that has to be here?
Because you work the blue zone?
No, I'm just saying it'd be a nice sign, of camaraderie. If guys,
If I were to spend 4 days in the bunker with you that smells like hamburger, do you know what smells like hamburger down there? It's because that's where they put all the bodies after the match.
Hey, is anyone else still getting the interference?
Audio or video?
I'm still getting both every time the blue zone moves.
Which camera shit?
4, 5, 14, 15, 27. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I'm getting freezing too.
So you are watching then?
Piss off, Nelson. Guys, chat's not pleased.
Yeah, the chat's never pleased. Okay, you can't please everyone.
Working on that. How about now?
Yeah, that's good, Studio.
Thanks, Martin.
Okay, shrinking the blue zone. Anybody want to make a bet?
Alright, I was just feeding in the data. I was doing the usual, and it just kicked me out.
Yeah, Cobaltic's still not loading for me.
Listen, I told you something was wrong with the blue zone. It's been doing this all game. What have you been doing?
Everyone chill, all right? This is why you should be on site and not at some hotel.
Guys, do we have a last known for Squad 4?
Which combatant?
Any of them.
What does system error mean?
System error means the blue chip's offline.
It can't be offline.
It says it's offline.
Well, is it possible they're just dead?
And it would say deceased. So
Nelson, well, chat's asking questions. What should I tell them?
Tell them, just tell them we'll get this fixed.
We'll get this fixed.
Yes, Jay, we will get this fixed. Do you know the kind of people we work for?
Martin, is Squad 4 the one with the engineer?
Yep, Slade's team.
Why is it Slade's team? Why isn't it Mad Malholtra's team? Or
Is this Slade the American? The one that you paired with the psychopath, so ham meat.
It is lunch meat. Oh, she is cute.
Gals, you know she killed 14 people before she was 18.
She's actually the one that broke Martin's nose during the interview.
So it's Slade, Malhotra, lunch meat, and Julie, and you're saying we lost them. All of them.
Okay, everybody calm down, take a deep breath. Try not to worry, okay?
Don't worry about the illegal murder game we could all go to jail for. Or don't worry about the fact that someone might show up in my hotel room tonight with a silenced 45.
Sudhir, I need eyes. Give me Omega override, please.
I'm on it.
All right, I'm coming through the other side.
Yeah, I'm rewriting it.
Thank you. Nelson, you feel like jumping in at all?
Martin, has anyone tried to get off the island before?
No.
No one's ever had their chip go offline before, shit.
Okay, I think I have something. Boot truck went down 4 minutes ago, half a click from boot camp. I think it's
Yeah, I see it. I've got down cameras south along Main Street.
Where were they when the blue zone messed up?
Say it was the blue zone again, Martin, and it'll be your body stashed in this bunker.
I got it. Last one's at the quarry.
They're going for the center of the map. Nelson, there's no way in hell they can get into the bunker, is there?
Of course not.
How do you know?
In the history of battlegrounds, no one has ever found the bunker.
And no one's ever disabled the chip either.
Okay, guys, everyone just calm down. This isn't a bloody moon landing. We can. Oh my god.
I'm the IT guy, all right? I don't have any.
Yeah, okay.
What you guys do up there.
Get out!
Martin? Martin, what are we gonna do?
It was a pleasure working with you guys.
Sadir, what are you doing?
I hope this works out.
Sadir!
Right now, I still might have a shot. Bye, guys.
This is not our fault. We did not. I'll tell him. We were not involved with anything.
Yeah, can we just? I mean, isn't there a team we can send in?
There was. They were at the bunker.
Okay, well, how long until they make it to the mainland?
18 minutes.
Sir. I'm afraid the control room has been compromised, sir. We're still trying to figure out exactly what happened with Tech. But maybe there was something in the backpack or something in the truck. I mean, we were monitoring everything.
I understand right now that things seem complicated. Let me assure you they are not. They are extremely simple. Your lives, your loved ones, everything. All of it now depends on your ability to do one simple thing. Find the Sandhawk 4.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are, of course, wrapping out the entirety of the evening that you guys been joining us from 7:30 onwards, all the way till now. And of course, we really got to give our huge thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, Cause and Effect, as well as K&K Revolution for bringing us the entirety of the show. And of course, we'll be wrapping things up by giving you guys all the lowdown of all the scores, the top fraggers, and the key highlight moments of the entirety of our opening day here in day one. Remember, there's going to be a couple more days to be played out, all the way up to day number 6. I'm Contra alongside Player today, so we'll be checking out on who is the top fragger of today. Or should we start off with our top fragger of our previous round in match 5?
Yeah, let's have a look and see who was able to lead the charge in terms of the overall kills there. And I think looking at the top fraggers, we're going to be having quite the contribution there from the likes of our winning team, the Rejects, and going to have both Spaggy and M0 with 5 and 3 kills representing their teams. CGM Wolf getting that second place position, largely thanks to Slidey being able to get his 4 kills from that game. Downey, though, of course, we did see him have some great entry frags there as he was able to get 4 for PMA. Sophia is a familiar face in this particular ranking here. He's going to be able to haul in 3 himself. So a nice way to haul those frags there from map number 5. But let's take a look and see how it's influenced the map 5 results here, as of course this is going to be changing things in the overall standings quite substantially, but we have to see how, of course, the individual frags and the rank points did play out.
Yes, indeed. And let's check out some of all the stats here on our screen, as we'll be seeing the match 5 leaderboard first before we jump towards our overall leaderboard with the Rejects, of course, taking that chicken dinner as well as a staggering 12K. They'll be heading in this game with 22 points, 14 for the side of CGM, with which came really close to perhaps take down members of the side of the team Rejects, while PMA will be coming in close third place, and Hype finishing off 9 points alongside with FFG. This is the best performance coming from FFG so far, alongside with BBG, who both got quite an amount of frags based on their positioning. BAE, like you said, crashed out a little bit earlier on with only 4K as well as 1 position point. Area 51 will make up the top 8, while the other teams managed to catch a couple of kills in between the way, as Asia Esports 2 points, 4K, 24K 2 points, and Huara did get 2 points as well.
Yeah, FFG and Bad Boys, they definitely managed to get a huge number of points. This is definitely going to be a good way for them to close out the day and, get the ball rolling here as we're going to be entering the second day of competition tomorrow. So let's move on now, as we're going to see how the overall leaderboard looks like after we take into account our match 5 scores. Battle Arena Elites is going to have their lead cut down to 4 points here by the Rejects, as they're trailing by three kills and 1 placement point. And it's looking like it's going to be quite neck and neck at the moment at the top of the table. CGM Wolf, though, is not out of it. They are just going to be 14 and 18 points away from the 2 top teams, as they don't have a lot of a gap in it. PMA is going to be close behind them as well on 46 points, as Hype also going to be at 43. Then that's when the separation starts to happen a little bit. But Vitas has seemingly been in 7th position the entire evening. I'm pretty certain of it. They just need to now get a bit of a higher total and start challenging the likes of PMA and Hype as well for those higher spots.
Yeah, and they've been securing more and more kills throughout the day. But tomorrow is where they really gotta do their homework before they start off the entirety of their 5-game run for day 2 to perhaps challenge whoever's on top of them. Well, Acer Esports comes in with 8th place with 23 points, not too far away from Vites. While the other half really need to stash in with those kill volumes, or perhaps just try their best to secure chicken dinners at the very least. Now, 24K Esports on 10th place. This is something that I did not really expect coming in from their usual rounds, which consists of high frags in total. Team Max in 11th place with 15 points, 14 for Side of Technical Rapes, while Bad Boys Gaming comes to 11, Q-Riff, A-Riff 51, both sharing 10 points each, and Huruhara still have not broke that 10 pointer right there. So I'm very, very concerned as this is going to be the first day, and they really need to do something about this lackluster run right here for Huruhara.
Yeah, indeed. But I think, of course, everyone's going to have their chance to really, wake up on the right side of the bed tomorrow, and they're going to be able to pump out a good performance. But yep, definitely could be influenced depending on how much homework that the teams place, or how they're able to reset and get focused, nice and focused for the next day. But let's take a look at the overall frag leaders after 5 rounds of play. Going to be seeing, is this going to be dominated by the rejects, or is it going to be dominated by BAE? And it's going to be a combination of both here.
Wow, but it seems like Flood has definitely made his mark, and not only that, he is just ahead of the pack. The rest of the top fraggers are sharing 11 kills each, with Sophia, Cheesy Kimbap, M0, as well as Spaggy here making on that list. But, the popularity coming in would be for the likes of the guys who seem to be fired based on their logo. And they have definitely got some really great highlight moments for each of themselves. But Flood really has been performing out of his mind with that 19K. And imagine what he will do for the rest of the entire run, because we still got 5 more days to be played out. And we'll see where or not will the chase come to a full stop if they could possibly get even more big wins on the side of Battle Arena Elites, or other teams could be able to really play catching up on that sense.
Yeah, and I think looking at Day Spy's performance, there's still going to be a lot of teams that will be they're putting out some good points there, but not quite reaching the upper echelons or getting them as consistently as they would like it. But I think the main contenders here, most of them have been able to get some string of results going on here. CGM Wolf, they managed to have a couple of good Miramar rounds there, and that's really what's been able to enable them to challenge as close as they are. Now, they are still 14 and 18 points away. I do recognize that over BAE and the Rejects. But when you look at the big picture, that's basically one big round win, But so far, those kind of big round wins have only been achieved by the top 2 place teams. But yeah, I think that's just exemplifies that, the teams can draw heart from certain performances they have today, and then they can try and make that consistent in their overall play starting tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is definitely going to be where teams are going to be putting themselves in towards the top gear to really sprint all the way back to the top. While teams like PMA seems to be having a couple of all these runs where they almost get that big win. They did secure a chicken dinner today, but I think that they definitely haven't shown their top performance just yet, other than that chicken dinner right there. So of course, we'll be taking you through to some of all these interesting moments that we have throughout day number 1. And of course, my name is Contra. Alongside with Player of the Day, we'll be joining you guys once again for tomorrow. Once again, this is brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, Cause and Effect, as well as K&K Revolution. So, Player of the Day, anything you got to say to all of our viewers out there on what's in store for tomorrow?
Well, we're going to be having some more heart-stopping action here, and do like to thank you all again for tuning in today. Pleasure having you on board. Apologies for any of the technical difficulties that we had, but of course, everyone here is working towards bringing the best show possible to all of you, and we look forward to doing that over the course of the next 5 days in this action-packed PUBG Malaysia, Singapore and Malaysia series. So with that, we bid you farewell and hope you have a very pleasant evening. Oh,
And
actually, I do think that we do have highlights after all. So we will be zipping into that. So you enjoy with that.
All right. And seems like we'll be seeing some of the highlights which will come into play for the entirety of day number 1. So let's take us through the recap as we'll be covering a little bit of that key moment. So without further ado, let's get that show started up as we start off with Team Hype right here as they are getting some frags across.
But yeah, looking at this very first game, is always going to be one that is a little bit on the awkward side here. A lot of early fights going on here between Team Max in that southwestern corner, and now looking at all of the surrounding areas, I think it was pretty much the same kind of story that we saw coming out here. FFG going out relatively early here in the first round.
And this was the refract that came in towards the side of Murayama, where Grixis has definitely showed his reflexes right across when Batman gets that perfect spray down, all nice and easy for the Rejects to secure some frag volumes. And of course, the old man here has a little bit more to show that the old dog has a whole lot more traits than we think that he does have. And instead, he got spiked back in the butt.
Yeah, but I think this game was definitely characterized by Battle Arena Elites really laying the smackdown on all the surrounding areas. Everyone not even able to get into their groove. Hype team was actually strutting their stuff quite early on, but it's not with a little bit of hardship. But they would go on to, of course, make it into the later stages. ACR Esports also doing what they can. They put the finishing touches there onto the Rejects, who didn't get the best start here to the very start of the tournament.
Yeah, and we're moving into the later stages of the game where 24K has definitely had Wild 62 to last till the very end, but it's Battle Arena Elites that really got so much of that high frag volume of kills, which eventually resulted to Team Hype putting the nail to the coffin and stopping them on their rampaging moment. And yep, this is where Battle Arena Elites suffered a huge blow inside of Game 2.
Yeah, the enter vehicle button unfortunately not working fast enough there for Loki's, who was going to get run down and finished off by the likes of Area 51. But now we are, of course, going to have two circles in subsequent games where it was going to be almost exactly the same. And again, a lot of struggles here. Going to be on that western bridge here on the ferry pier side of things. Acrobatic shots there from PMA was going to allow them to seal some of the points up for grabs here on that western side.
Yeah, this is where TR really went ham. This is the beginning of their onslaught, of course, where they just crashed right in. They took out members of the side of BBG, and eventually they also stashed up a couple of all these trades against 24K, while the Rejects on top of this hill, they managed to pick off not one, but two members out, and eventually over on towards the southern end of the island. This was where Drifted caught Max by surprise.
Yeah, and unfortunately that was a little bit, yeah, you wouldn't really expect it all that much there. But yeah, does look as though that long and slow rotation will pay off there. As Scripted, we're going to be able to slowly tighten the screw here and make sure that Team Max wasn't going to be able to get out of this one. Hurahara not being let out here by M0, and it's always going to be a little bit of a difficult one. Cryptid, though, would, of course, go on to not being able to sustain it later into the later stages of this particular round.
And of course, Murayama tried his best, and it was not enough to royally put down the rest of the members of the Rejects, and Vitas definitely put out that sort of a great service spray to take out Neff right there. But, you know, it was really down to a few of these members of BAE to try to survive, but M0 has his golden moment right here. Just catch this out. He takes out one, and the next one, popping out from the other corner, he gets the perfect snap as well to secure that 2-knock. And going in for tier 1, he gets a little backing from the rest of the members of Reject, as well as Batman here, putting them all to sleep.
Yeah, the finishing touches there to close out that team fight were sublime there by the Rejects. PMA coming in all the way around the side, absolutely sandwiching CGM Wolf. ACR Esports had the goal and opportunity, but it was Cheesy Kimbap here who was going to ruin the parade there. But of course, Pasha, again, can't mold down everyone there with the Graza and Cheesy Kimbap. This is really going to be putting that wrench there into the works there, as ACR we're going to be dropping out there at the hands of PMA.
Yeah, moving in towards game number 3. This is where there's just going to be a dine-in for the side of Robinoid as he catches the third for his blood with that VSS. It has been pretty rare to actually catch some players using the VSS until the very late stages of the game. And although Rixus gets that first peak, it was never hard to be able to take him out cold.
Yeah, and right now, CGM Wolf was not going to be able to get a whole lot going here. These early altercations really doing a number onto them. Battle Arena Elites knowing exactly the right time to strike. They're going to get a 2-for-1 situation right there. Miracle and the rest of PMA showing their gunfighting skills here. They're going to be able to take down Huruhara in very efficient fashion. Good trades coming out here from the likes of them, as Pete definitely going to make sure that he wasn't going to let Miracle not get into the late stage of the game.
Going in towards the side of Tactical Rave, they managed to clinch a couple of all these kills, but Darajaba had a perfect survey glimpse by the corners of the smoke, and of course, that unsuspecting victim in the form of Kuchik will have to bow out from that. As we move in towards the later stages of the third match, this is where things get very interesting. While Pep was trying to escape out of Zara's situation, but it was members of the side of TR to really put him down, while Revive Team has got some deals to work with here to really find a couple more kills on their way.
Yeah, Area 51 and the rest of them getting absolutely entrenched in Primorska, and this is exactly what you don't want to have happen. The circle moving up further north as everyone is going to be trading blow for blow. PMA having the seemingly central compound, but Battle Arena Elites controlling stuff from the northern side. Team Max here will be able to put the finishing touches here. Mr. Flank not able to come out with it here right at the end. It's a really undesirable situation for all of these teams.
Yeah, and of course, we slowly see Battle Arena Elites really wrapping the entirety of the map, but before that, it was Ripper here with some pretty insane switch of the weapon, and it's so good you gotta watch it twice because he just unloaded that SLR spray so perfectly. He secured the kill, but unfortunately he could not finish off the very last man standing.
Yeah, and Sophia and the rest of BAE, they were going to be able to match and then some with the overall total kills in this third match of the day. But they look at their prowess at being able to take these fights with authority. And PMA, they couldn't really do anything much about this. And slowly, one by one, BAE closed off their opponents. They constricted the space here. And yeah, there's really not a whole lot the likes of PMA could do. One by one would fall, and that would see Battle Arena Elites take their first chicken dinner.
And that was a staggering amount of kills as they secure and the entirety of the game with 22k, while we move in towards Miramar with an interesting amount here as Nassilberg. He got that perfect spray, but he did not manage to actually finish off any sort of members of the side of TR. And this was a big oopsie as we see him hopping like a bunny. While Vets, of course, will fall, but it was a 1v1 exchange after fall.
Yeah, and Battle Arena Elites, again, trying to keep the ball rolling here, but it doesn't seem as though we can get consecutive rounds where either the Rejects or Battle Arena Elites are able to come out with it. And yeah, I think this is a perfect example of what happens when you put pro players in areas of the map that they don't know too well like the back of their hand. So every other place seems to have all of these pre-recorded spots that, yeah, we're going to be able to play from here.
And of course, there was also a little bit of that flat ground here, which resulted in them playing a little bit more precautiously, where 4K got shot pretty much out in the open, while Battle Arena Elites didn't really seem to have great luck on their favor as well. But this was where F4 really reacted all too well to that pressure coming up from the top side of the hill. Now, over on the side of the Rejects, we saw a little bit of that scuffle across those hills, and the Rejects handled it also perfectly, eliminating Kill Rift the moment that they peaked.
Yeah, and with all the space being absolutely constricted, Answers gets the nade of his life thrown right at him. Pocoyo is going to send him to the lobby straight away. And yeah, with Area 51, they're going to be actually getting a fairly decent result here. But of course, they had to run into quite a fair bit of opposition here. CGM Wolf, they had the numbers in the final stages, but couldn't take into account all of the bodies that were going to exist here, and it was going to be the likes of VTS here going to be weighing in on the members crossing the road, and CGM Wolf, what could have been?
Yeah, CGM Wolf looked as if they were ready to actually secure a chicken dinner, but this was too tough of an order for them to take, as a Revive team seems to be having a perfect sort of a ridge to actually work with for cover, and with that they managed to get in some sort of a tap over on the side of Ghostly Boy, and all they had to do was get that perfect push on the side of Slidey Day being the last man standing, and this is how Revive team managed to secure their winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and into the final round, and a lot of expectation to see like who would be able to step up to the challenge. Now, both, of course, the Rejects and Battle Arena at least didn't have the best of rounds in match number 4, and by best of rounds, 10 points and above. So definitely set quite the high standards for themselves, and yeah, a bit more of the normal game here for Miramar.
Mal Kendricks gets a little bit of a peek for the side of Area 51, but this was such a close fight between these two teams here, which resulted in both taking so many casualties, but of course, with Area 51 arriving to the scene, it went well for their favor. But Team Mac, though, they get that perfect peek as Heel Fox did get that sort of knock over on towards that corner of the hill. And over on the side of PMA, they were on top of this sort of the peak, while they could have actually get so much out of the side of Tactical React.
Trying to reprise a bit of their aggression that we did see them use to some great effect there on Erangel, yielding quite a number of kills. Tactical Ray not having the best of exchanges when it comes to this type of fight here. Downey really coming out into his own as he was going to be able to get the 2 kills here. Rixis going to follow suit. Not an awful lot that they can do about that. That's the entirety of PMA just moving in on the respective positions, and definitely one of the high fragging teams coming out from the qualifiers as well.
Yeah, it was quite the Downey show right there, as we saw a spectacular play of micro skills of his, as we can see that level of experience that he had. And once again, I talked about the Downey show. This was where he almost fallen out, and eventually he did get knocked out by the play zone, where he was relying on Dreams YR, and of course, with that, they still managed to clutch it.
Yeah, PMA did manage to get a high number of kills there. But yeah, we did see that CGM Wolf was going to get in the later stages, and they were picking up a decent number of frags here to continue to have back-to-back consistent performances here. And unfortunately, due to some of the technical difficulties, we weren't able to see a lot of what was going on in the final stages. But here, up to this point, we did see that CGM Wolf was able to get a good number of kills going for themselves.
Yeah, same goes to the Rejects as well. You can see the 5K, and of course, Spacky adding one more on top of the list. That was where, of course, we would eventually see the victors being TR, who did manage to get a really high kill volume, and not only that, secures the best place as a finisher for them to end the day really strong to chase up against Battle Arena Elites. So I believe that is all that we have for the entirety of the day. And of course, tomorrow will be a brand new one. My name is Contra, and alongside me is Player of the J, bringing you all of the matches of this evening. And of course, tomorrow, that's where we'll be having 3 more maps inside of Miramar, and then the 2 inside of Arengel. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that, because we'll see pretty much a turn of the tables, and of course sparks flying up the air, nades, or even perhaps pans coming into play in the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia. Anything you gotta say before we sign off, Player to J?
Well, make sure that you do follow the PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds and Geek events page to be notified as to when they go live tomorrow, so you don't miss out on all the action. Again, big thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KK Revolution, and Cause Effect for making all of this possible. That's it from us. Hope you enjoyed the show, and thank you for the enormous amount of patience. We hope to bring you an awesome show for the remaining 5 days here of the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series. Good night.